Welcome, members and the public, to this meeting of Waverley Borough Council. This is the first time we have met as an organisation since the sad passing of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. Whilst the period of national mourning is concluded, we are still in a period of court mourning. And I will ask the Reverend Michael Hopkins of the Methodist and United Reformed Churches in Farnham to lead us in a minute's silence in remembrance and then a few moments of reflection. Reverend Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your kind invitation. As you say, this is our first council meeting since the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. So we'll begin with a moment of silence. I will time the minute of silence and end it with a brief prayer. So let us remember His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh in silence. O God, we thank you for your servant Philip, for his long life, for his dedicated support of his wife in her vocation as Queen, and for his service to Commonwealth and nation. We thank you for the Duke of Edinburgh Award, for the work of the Worldwide Fund for Nature, and for so many causes that he inspired and supported. We pray for those who will miss him most deeply, that they may find comfort and hope. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your invitation to deliver a moment of reflection this evening. I have a number of responsibilities with the Methodist and United Reformed Churches in various parts of the borough, one of which is the picture behind me this evening in your ward, Hale Methodist Church. We're meeting tonight when Muslims are in the season of Ramadan, when the Baha'i community have just celebrated the festival of Ridvan, and Christians are in the season of Easter. Over the last year, many people have embraced the need for the lockdown lives that we have been living, and the collective altruism that we've seen on such a mass scale to protect life and human flourishing is a miracle of no small stature. In the story of Jesus, on Palm Sunday, the crowd cried Hosanna, but the same crowd on Good Friday cried Crucify. In our time, the same society that clapped for carers in the streets has not yet been able to agree decent pay and conditions for those they once applauded. In the story of Jesus, it was an African immigrant, Simon of Cyrene, who carried the weight of the cross on Good Friday and then disappears from view. In our own times, Black and ethnic minority people in our land have carried the weight of the pandemic in far greater numbers, far more disproportionately than they should have. And that fact seems to be disappearing from view. It is no help to claim there is no structural racism in society when Black and ethnic minority folk have been dying in greater numbers than everyone else. Indeed, Black and ethnic minority people tell me that that kind of claim is what structural racism looks like and sounds like. In the story of Jesus, a stone is rolled out in front of a tomb by a group far too small to have been the only mourners at Jesus' funeral. This year we have known the tomb. We have known the pain of being banished from the sides of those whom we love, as they have lived and died and been buried. But we are in this season of Easter. Easter turns everything on its head. For 2,000 years, Christians have proclaimed that new life is the new normal. The resurrection is proclaimed in the kindness of strangers, and there has been much of that this year. The resurrection is proclaimed in those searching for new and sustainable ways of living on this earth. The resurrection is proclaimed when those fighting for justice taste its sweetness. The new normal is faith and hope and love and joy. We see it when the flowers bloom from an earth that once was frozen and hard and cold. We hear it in the song of the robin and the wren. We feel it as love, wherever love is found. New life, the new normal, is here. In Jesus, we meet someone who shows us precisely that God loved us enough to want to join in with all the mess and dirt of our world. From beyond the tomb, he calls us to live as new people, people for whom life is the new normal, love is the new normal, joy, goodness, and peace are the new normal, and nothing will ever be the same again. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you, Reverend Hopkins, and amen to that. Thank you. We'll now proceed with the rest of the introductions and procedures. If you would like to leave, then you're welcome to stay on, but you can leave if you wish. Thank you. Members and are supported this evening by the Chief Executive, Tom Horwood, Strategic Directors, Annie Wrighton and Graham Clark, the Head of Policy and Governance, Robin Taylor, the Borough Solicitor, Daniel Bainbridge, and the Democratic Services Manager, Fiona Cameron. Members, please use the hand raise feature in Zoom to indicate that you wish to speak. If you lose your connection, please rejoin as quickly as possible. If anyone feels it would help their internet connection to shut off the video, then please do so. If the live stream to YouTube fails, we will pause proceedings to enable it to be re-established. Item 1, apologies for absence. Robin Taylor, are there any apologies for absence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've received apologies from councillors George Hess, Joan Hegan, Simon Deere and Jan Floyd Douglas.
Thank you. Minutes of the meeting of the 23rd of February. Members, does anyone have an issue with the accuracy of the minutes of the meetings started on the 23rd of February, then continued on the 25th of February and concluded on the 22nd of March? If we have no objections, would you please unmute your microphone and indicate your agreement to the minutes?
Agreed.
Right. Thank you. I will sign these later. Declaration of interests. Robin, have there been any declarations of interest prior to the meeting?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Non-pecuniary interests have been declared by members of Godalming Town Council in relation to item 10, the Public Space Protection Order. The Town Council created a working group of single-hatted councillors to respond to the consultation, and as such, those councillors who have declared this interest have advised me they intend to take part and vote on the item.
Right, I'll keep these announcements as short as possible because I know we have plenty to be getting on with in the agenda. My mayoral year is nearly complete. And as you might expect, being a virtual mayor has been a very strange experience and far from what I might have expected in other times. But since my year began as mayor last in June 2020, we have been at one stage or other of restrictions, going from relative freedom like the summer to periods of total lockdown. In more normal times, I would have been able to get out and about, raising money and profile for my 3 charities over the whole year. However, the government has decided that councils cannot hold formal meetings remotely after the 6th of May, and due to our size, we cannot meet in the chamber. So the mayor making will take place earlier than normal on the 27th of April, which is a week's time, which gives me a month less than I originally planned to complete my challenge and learn how to ride a bike. So the challenge is still on and a bit more strenuous in that I will endeavour to walk 100 miles, swim 100 lengths, but also cycle on a static bike for 100 kilometres in order to finish my challenge on time. Having tried out the bike in Farnham Sports Centre a week ago, I can see I will have to develop some muscles or I won't finish before Christmas, let alone by the end of April. I will still endeavour to learn how to ride a real bike and cycle a bonus 100 metres as a virtual pass mare before I should have officially handed over, that is on the 25th of May. And I will continue to raise for my 3 fantastic charities until then. Wish me luck, and please help me by donating to my Just Giving page, which will be on the Waverley website Mayor's page until next week. So far, I have walked, I'll just let you know how I've got on so far. I have walked 99 miles, swum 66 lengths, and biked 75 kilometres. Next week is going to be very busy in order that I can catch up with everything. So I would just like to thank you on behalf of my 3 charities, all orientated towards young people who are very badly affected by what has been happening to us, the COVID. And thank you very much to those of you who have already donated. And thank you that you are going to donate soon. Right. I'll move on now to the leaders' announcements. Leader, would you like to start on your announcements, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I and my portfolio holders will also keep things as brief as possible. I have one very official announcement to make, which I will read to you carefully, which I'm sure many of you may have picked up feelings on the jungle drums and the rumour mill that goes around the place. Dunsfold Airport Limited has informed Waverley Borough Council that there will be changes to land ownership at Dunsfold Park, and that Trinity College expects to undertake a process to pass its investment to a new landowner over the next 12 months. As the site is so significant for the local area and for the borough, the council has offered to assist in the smooth transition and has provided information to Trinity on the importance of development at the park. We are interested in exploring with them all of the options for the future ownership of the park and how an exemplary, sustainable development will be delivered on the timescales of the existing planning permission. This is a very significant step and an opportunity to ensure that the park achieves our high ambitions in the context of post-COVID recovery. We look forward to engaging closely with Trinity College's transition team in the coming weeks and months. I am unable to say much more about this, councillors, for 2 very obvious reasons. One is a lot of it is confidential between Trinity and their agents and potential future owners. And the second being that obviously we are not involved in those particular things, so our knowledge is obviously quite limited. We are, however, staying in close touch with everybody, and we will, as soon as things are made available to us, keep the council apprised of what is going on. Other than that, councillors, I do not wish to say any more. I'm sorry that I can't take questions, and I'm sorry that I cannot be more forthright and give you more detail, but we have to be very careful what we say on this matter, as it is commercially sensitive to all of the people involved, and we have to be very clear what we say and clear it with them. So that said, I will ask my portfolio holders who have anything they wish to say that is not on the agenda to give you a brief update on what is happening, and I will call first on Councillor Merriweather.
Thank you, Leader. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everybody. In the interests of keeping it brief, I have nothing to add to what's in the papers or what I'll be saying later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. There's been quite a bit happening so far as sustainability agenda has been concerned, but I will be brief. First of all, we have secured funding from the Decarbonisation Fund for a retrofit of the Farnham Memorial Hall, incorporating air source heat pumps, solar panels and insulation. A feasibility study is now being conducted into solar farms at a number of locations across the borough. EV charging facilities are now up and running in 4 car parks in the borough, and on-street charging facilities have been put in Queensway in Cranley. We are also working with other councils across Surrey on an EV taxis project to encourage the take-up of electric taxis by operators across Surrey through a behaviour and awareness campaign. And given our own commitment for new licences to be issued in the first instance just to ULEVs from January 2023, and then to zero emission vehicles from January 2027, this would seem both helpful and appropriate towards that end. Finally, just in terms of the proposal by UK Oil and Gas, or UKOG, to drill for hydrocarbons in our borough in Dunsfold, which is something which Waverley Borough Council held a listening panel on, and thence proceeded to actively campaign against. Following the decision of UKOG to appeal against the decision by Surrey County Council to refuse the application to drill for fossil fuels in our borough of Dunsfold, I can confirm that Waverley Borough Council will be represented at the hearing as a Rule 6 party and will be submitting planning evidence for refusing the application and upholding the refusal. Much of the evidence for refusing the application resulted from the detailed work conducted by Waverley officers in ensuring that the most significant planning grounds were brought to the attention of Surrey County Council's Planning and Regulatory Committee, and it therefore follows that Waverley Borough Council should be represented at the hearing. Further details on this will be communicated to town and parish councils and residents groups, and we shall be holding a briefing session with town and parish councillors and the relevant ward councillors in due course. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Rosamond.
Good evening, everyone, Madam Mayor, and to any members of the public watching. In terms of housing repairs, there were 788 live responsive repair jobs as at the 31st March. 18%, sadly, were over 28 days old. That is a huge improvement on 30% in the preceding month. There's still some way to go to get us back to the normal situation. Things are definitely improving. Complaints are down. Chase-up calls are down. and that's through the hard work of both our housing officers and Ian Williams' management team. In relation to grounds maintenance, there's been a marked improvement of 11% in tenants' perception of overall contractor performance. Continental have been working very hard, and it's good to see that one of the main factors has been the contractor friendliness perception, which is up 57%. Living through the pandemic has obviously affected our tenants. In terms of arrears, we have just over 1,100 accounts in arrears with a total value of £237,880. And for the same period last year, pre-COVID, it was only 794 accounts with a total arrears of about 188,000. But even though the arrears have increased, I must congratulate the team, as it's been incredible performance by them, with the level of debt staying below 1% of the rent roll. As at 4th April this year, we have 947 tenants that have made a claim for universal credit, an increase of just 24 in this 1 month. There's been an increase of 493 new UC claimants since the 1st of March 2020. With regards to housing development, things continue apace up at Oxford Ridge, and we have 2 other sites coming forward. The Western Planning Committee met last month, to consider the council's planning application for 2 two-bedroom houses at Turner's Mead. The consent was given. And this site is one of 5 brownfield sites within the Chiddingfold Village settlement, which all now have planning permission and will deliver a total of 26 new affordable and sustainable carbon neutral homes. Eastern Planning met too and considered 2 new 1-bedroom modular homes on a garage site in Binscombe. Consent again was granted. Waverley was successful in securing grant funding for the Ministry of Communities and Local Government at the end of last year, which is designed to focus on the successful resettlement and recovery of those who have a long and/or repeat history of rough sleeping. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Leader, and good evening, Madam Mayor, members and members of the public. On LPP2, Local Plan Part 2, the brief update is that Graham Parrott and the policy planning team are working very hard on analysing and preparing responses to the over 1,000 submissions to the consultation that took place recently. On Brightwells, a piece of good news, which other people may have heard me say at the executive meeting, but for the benefit of those who didn't, Crest Nicholson have now decided to put in a more climate-friendly energy system into the scheme, certainly in terms of the residential area, that they're going to replace the planned gas boilers with more sustainable electrical heating systems. And they're also going to put solar panels on some of the roofs throughout the scheme, which is very good news. And I'll point out, actually, not to criticise Crest, because I want to give them credit for this, that 2 years ago they said that this was impossible, but they've now changed their mind, and it just shows that the climate is changing in this area. It's partly due to people like Steve Williams and the Green Party produce pressure. To be fair, the government is very much changing their role and their position, and that's highly significant. So developers are now responding to that. So that's good news. I think there's also some what you might call moderately good news, in that the scheme is still being built to time and still due to open later this year. Things are looking good in terms of Marks and Spencer's are now planning the fit out of the shop. Real Cinema are planning how they're going to run the cinema. And the leader and I met recently with Real because we had some concerns about Real being a relatively small company, and the cinema business in general is not doing well now. But they're still continuing to see the cinema in Brightwells as a good opportunity for them. And they're planning what you might call an upmarket cinema with, high quality seats and service to the table and so on. And that's the sort of thing that's likely to do well in Farnham. So that is encouraging. In terms of the other tenants that we're hoping to get, Crest are still expressing a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to do that. But to be absolutely honest, they haven't signed up anybody else yet. But they showed us recently at a meeting a map of the particular units that are now in very serious negotiation with potential tenants on. And Surrey are now very much involved in that issue as well, which is good news, because up to now, Surrey have held back a bit too much. I mean, they're a major investor in the scheme, and it's really necessary for them to be a bit more hands-on, and they're not now doing that. The last comment I'll make is that they lost all the what you call casual dining restaurants, and we suggested to them that they perhaps look for a more upmarket restaurant, perhaps to go into Brightwell's House, because Farnham actually has got a lot of fairly good restaurants, but we don't have a really top-class restaurant, and they're investigating that, and they're talking to 1 or 2 possible tenants in that area. So that's my update on planning in Brightwell's, leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Sorry, just struggling with the unmute. Thank you, Leader, and good evening, Council. I don't have anything to add to the 2 points which will be raised later in the agenda, so I won't detain the Council further.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Leader, and good evening, Madam Mayor, and good luck with your charity events, especially the cycling. I just have a quick update on the leisure centres. I'm very pleased to report that the first week has been very positive across the leisure centres, and customer feedback has been really positive as well. And the reopening has been very much welcomed. As expected, probably swimming has been the most popular, as customers have obviously not been able to do that during lockdown. The classes will resume in May in accordance with government guidelines, and obviously that will have another impact on attendance at the leisure centres. So that's all I have to update with you at the moment. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I have no updates at the present moment. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Right, we'll start again. Thank you. Thank you, Leader, and good evening, Lady Mayor and Council. We might have a long evening ahead of us, so I'll keep this as brief as possible. I've mentioned before that Waverley is now using a low-code programming system to improve processes for both our customers and colleagues. The building blocks that low-code provide are almost like putting pieces of a pre-programmed jigsaw together for faster in-house development of web and mobile applications. At its simplest, low-code can create and improve online forms by making effective process improvements to reduce the friction across the customer process. At its most complex, low-code solutions have the ability to automate back-office actions and pass customer requests straight through to our contractors. This automation, of course, frees up officers' time for more productive work. Now, a number of low-code builds are already in progress, replacing end-of-life systems, and these include a new housing rents interface, waste applications and subscriptions, and internal systems such as a new IT service desk and a pool car booking system. Any recent development involved setting up integration between our telephone system and our new customer services centre, allowing agents to view a customer's full case history, enabling them at a glance to provide the latest updates to the customer about any outstanding inquiries. There is still plenty of scope for further automation through the use of low-code, and we now have 10 fully trained IT people within the IT department who can focus on creating new applications in order to free up staff and reduce workloads by automating routine and repetitive processes. Finally, low-code based systems will allow us to focus our time on customers who need the support from us, whilst making it attractive and easy for those who don't need our service and can self-serve for themselves. Thank you, Leader. That's all my update for the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Follows.
Good evening, Leader, and good evening, Madam Mayor and members. As I have plenty of opportunities to speak on tonight's agenda, I'm not going to give any further updates, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Questions from members of the public, items number 6. I can advise there is one question from Charles Collins, which is set out in the agenda paper, but would Andy MacLeod, the portfolio holder, read out Mr. Collins' question and respond, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question for Mr. Collins is, noting that the Planning Service plan timetable highlights the review of LPP1 needs to be completed by February 2023, can the Council confirm that the housing numbers informing the review will be based on the current standard method of 679 homes per annum, plus any unmet needs, and what over housing figure period excuse me, member, I just have to hang up a phone that started to ring. I've now done that. It's now done. Many apologies for that. I'll just finish off reading out the question, actually, if I may. Where I was at, plus any unmet needs, and what over housing figure period the planning review period will cover. I think the answer to that question is that the government hasn't introduced this new housing method figure, but in fact that doesn't apply until the council has to review its local plan, and that doesn't happen until 2023. So until that period, we will continue with the original number of 590. After that period, we'll have to look at which housing number we have to use, which will mostly likely be the 679 houses. So that's a brief answer to Mr. Cunn's question. I will actually provide a fuller answer by writing to him outside the meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacLeod. Move on to item 7, questions from members. There are 2 questions from Councillor Edmonds, which are set out in the agenda paper.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, may I raise, I do have my hand up because I would like to perhaps ask that we can refer that to the public question to the executive. Because it is of primary importance for most of the residents of this borough, I think, the future housing numbers and our approach to it. And so under Procedure Rule 10.7 on page 75 of the Constitution, Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, may I please move that we refer this to the executive through the ONS system.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. Could you just wait a moment? Councillor Hyman, could you clarify the procedure rule that you're referring to?
Oh, right, it's 10.9. Unless the Mayor decides otherwise, no discussion will take place.
Paragraph 10.9.
Yeah.
I think it depends on which version of the constitution that we're looking at. I'm looking at Feb 2019. Is that our latest or not?
No, but the procedure rule is still in there.
10.9.
Okay, I apologise. I thought it was 10.7. This isn't what I'm looking at. Never mind.
So he can move that the matter be referred to the executive or the appropriate committee, but he needs a seconder. And then
Right, thank you. I've now been informed of the procedure. You need a seconder, Councillor Hyman.
Well, thank you. I haven't put this to members in any members in advance and sorted, but it is perhaps the most important matter that we do have. And I think from what members have heard, the increase in the numbers that is likely to be coming along, it is something we need to be on top of and need to address as soon as possible. And in view of
right, could you just stop there?
So I would ask, I would just ask if somebody would like to second the motion that it's brought to the executive.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you.
That's, we proceed then straight to the vote with no discussion. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Those.
Ask if anyone objects. Take it. Ask if there are any objectors.
Yes. Are there any objectors to this motion? Otherwise, we will assume that it will pass to the executive. Could you unmute if you object to this?
I object. I feel that this will take a lot of time for the executive and there is no urgency on the matter. So I do object.
Right, thank you. Are there any other objectors? Otherwise, we will move to a roll call. No? Right. Robin, could you? Oh, right. If there are no other objectors, then the vote is carried, apparently. So we don't have to go through the roll call. Thank you. Should we move on to item 7? Question from members. 2 questions from Councillor Edmonds, which are set out in the agenda paper. I'll ask Councillor Merriweather to respond to the first question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just read the question out if I can, if that's okay, for anyone watching on YouTube who doesn't have the papers. It's from Councillor Edmonds. What is the current financial loss due to COVID, leisure centre closures allocated to Waverley Borough Council taxpayers, and how much of this loss will be recovered from Waverley Borough Council's business interruption insurance? So that's the question. And so the net cost to the council's budget in 2020-21 arising from the periods of statutory closure and restricted reopening of our 5 leisure centres isn't yet finalised exactly, but will be contained within the amount approved by Council in August 2020. That estimated cost was agreed in an exempt session of the report to Council due to its commercial sensitivity. External legal advice confirmed that the Council's contract with its leisure operator requires the Council to compensate for financial impact arising from a change of law, which is what happened, and the terms were agreed through negotiation. Because the Council is not the operator of the leisure centres, the Council doesn't have business interruption insurance, but our leisure operator does. However, as many businesses have found, their insurance is very unlikely to apply to the pandemic impact, but this is still subject to final clarification from their broker. However, Waverley has recovered some, but not all, of our loss from the government through its COVID income loss support funding. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Merriweather. And Councillor Williams, would you respond to the second question, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, and I'll, again, for the benefit of those watching on YouTube, I will read the question. The question is, when will the 10-year plan to deliver Waverley Borough Council's net zero carbon status by 2030 be available to the public in either Microsoft project format or similar? The Carbon Neutrality Action Plan was approved by the Council in December 2020, following a period of public consultation. It has been published on the Council's website and is available to the public. Progress on the action plan will be monitored regularly by officers, and a progress update will be reported annually to the Executive and Council with an updated action plan detailing progress with each of the projects. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. We move on to number 8, motions. There is one motion submitted by the leader and seconded by Councillor Follows, and it is set out in your agenda paper. Councillor Ward, would you like to introduce your motion on the future of remote meetings?
Certainly, thank you, Madam Mayor. For the benefit of those watching without order papers, I will read the motion for you. This council is deeply disappointed by the recent government's refusal to allow us to continue with some form of remote meetings, which will adversely affect our ability to conduct businesses with efficiency and safety. We urge the government to urgently revisit this decision and continue to allow all levels of local government to continue with the sensible precautions and ability to function safely and democratically during this period. Madam Mayor, I am really disappointed to bring this motion to the Council, but it is born out of necessity rather than desire. On the 6th of May, our ability to hold legal decision-making council meetings, as you referred to earlier in your notices, is being taken away from us. We will not even be allowed to hold hybrid meetings with some councillors in the chamber and some participating remotely. This is because the current regulations allowing remote meetings have a sunset clause, which runs out on the 6th of May. I have written to ministers asking for an extension, as have a number of other councils, together with the LGA, the DCN and the NALC. But regrettably, we have been informed they cannot find time in the parliamentary schedule to help us. Although they clearly realise the importance of it, as they've managed to find time to extend their own remote meetings until the 21st of June. Whilst a number of us are of sufficient maturity of years to have had both coronavirus jabs, many here are at the in-between stage of only having had one, and others are young enough yet to be unvaccinated. Additionally, a significant number of us are still, understandably, concerned about too close personal contact, especially indoors in crowded places. There is no doubt that large numbers of people sitting close together indoors is one of the prime sources of cross-infection. And our council chamber, although comfortable for the 70-odd people that usually attend our council meetings, will not accommodate anywhere near this number, while still abiding by the government's regulations for social distancing. We have researched other views which could hold that number of people socially distanced, for which there are not many. The costs are unacceptably high, and the electronics, including sound systems and webcasting, extremely complicated. The best we have come up so far would be a marquee on the Burries Fields, which would be challenging and undignified. Whilst we can put extra seating round the sides of the chamber and put some councillors in the public gallery, using some form of regularly sanitised communal microphone system, I estimate that at least half of our 57 councillors would still be unable to attend. This would be an affront to local democracy, and it would be difficult to decide just who would be allowed. I personally find the idea of the leader deciding who can come quite appealing, but my selection might not be met with universal joy. I believe we have taken the most practical solution to this problem by bringing forward mayor making and other important business. But this has meant we have had to hold 2 council meetings during the election purdah period, which is a very unwelcome result of the looming restrictions on our ability to do business. However, it seems likely that we might be able to hold proper I beg your pardon. It seems unlikely that we'll be able to hold proper meetings until at least July, unless the results of tomorrow's court case, which we are supporting, are favourable. I have nothing more to say on this, but I'm sure there will be speakers. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Do we have a seconder? Does the seconder wish to speak now?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm pleased to second, but would like to reserve my comments for later in the debate if that's acceptable.
Right, thank you. Speakers, Councillor Cossa.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I suspect, like many councillors, I've thought very hard about this and thought about my conscience and where I want to go with this. And I want to inform the council that I've decided that I don't feel able to support the motion this evening. There are 2 reasons for that. The first one is that I do actually object to what is yet another attempt, I think, by the administration to find whatever grounds it can, whatever motions it can, whether it's in purdah or not, to find reasons to attack the government. And actually what the motion says isn't actually accurate. The government has not refused, as the motion states, to allow us to continue with remote meetings. The legal power for such meetings was always time limited, and the parliamentary time to bring forward new legislation could not be found. On top of that, the Secretary of State has made clear that in seeking to support the concerns of local government about this, he will not be opposing the current legal moves taking place to allow remote meetings to continue. Those facts do not square with the wording, I think, in this motion. But the real issue, I think, and the much more fundamental one for us as a council, is the message I think this sends to those who elected us and those we're here to represent. During the pandemic, we've seen health workers, many other essential workers, including local government workers and others in the public sector, doing everything they can to keep the wheels of our society turning and help ensure we can return to normal as soon as possible. I would suggest it's perhaps our turn now as councillors and civic leaders to do our bit. It's not really good enough, in my view, to respond so negatively to the circumstances we now find ourselves in and to shake our heads about the difficulty of using the council chamber for meetings. If the political will were really there, I think it would be possible for us to find other venues and other solutions that would enable us to meet the necessary guidelines and to keep people safe, and in doing so, show the same determination and leadership we've expected from so many others. The final point I want to make is this. I absolutely understand that there may well be many of my colleagues here, members of this council of all parties, who have very genuine concerns and anxieties about returning to an environment in which they do not feel safe and who therefore wish to have the opportunity to continue to meet remotely. I do not believe, however, that this motion is the appropriate response to addressing those concerns. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cossa. Councillor Knowles.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I shall be supporting this motion. I'll make that clear from the start. I was surprised, however, to see that the leader propose it, as only 2 weeks ago in the well-known local newspaper, The Herald, he says, now the vaccination programme is being rolled out so well, and thanks to the vigilance of Waverley's people, the infection, hospitalisation, and more importantly, death rate has fallen remarkably. So that seems to be arguing against it, but perhaps he's changed his mind since then. However, I do think that this is a motion that should be supported. I find it amazing that Mr. Mogg found time to change legislation so you only need 2 nominations on your election papers, and a number of other minor alterations have been made, but they can't extend this, which would have been a simple matter too. It does seem that there's one rule for one and one for another. And let's not forget, we are not, as councillors, employees. This is a voluntary thing that we do, and that is somewhat different. And I wouldn't want to compare us with NHS staff who've been doing such a wonderful job. I think we are somewhat insignificant compared with that. However, as I've said, I fully support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knowles. Councillor Foryshevsky.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members. I'm afraid I find it difficult to support this motion. I do agree and wholeheartedly understand that people who are scared, vulnerable, are worried at all, that they have a choice as to whether they can attend or not. I do fully appreciate that anyone who is at risk should have the ability to not return to the chamber. But normality must resume at some point. I think I said before that this is here to stay in whichever guise we have it. We have to learn to manage it, we have to learn to live with it, and we have to learn to get on and do the job. As a borough, we are a service industry, we are a service provider. We should, as I've said before, lead by example. We expect our waste contractors, our leisure contractors, our key workers, our NHS staff, our volunteers, and the many who have been through the pandemic to actually continue without having to be restricted by some of the constraints that we've had. We have been reliant on the key workers, the shopkeepers, so as we can buy our groceries. So I think it's time that we actually looked at key workers across the board and by example said we should be supporting them. It's already been mentioned that the word in deeply disappointment. This government is trying to get this country back on its feet. And just referring to what Councillor Knowles said, the leader himself in his press release is praising that, but that doesn't sum up, or it's not in line with what it actually getting back to normal is all about. If it's about space, then I think we have to think outside the box and we have to be creative and we have to look for ways we can do it rather than ways that we can't do it. I personally wholeheartedly embrace a new way of working. And I think the technology that's around at the day will enable us to do it. It will also mean that there is more inclusion, but we know that that requires legislation to change. But in actual fact, there is no substitute for being back in the chamber when it's appropriate. Normality, health, well-being, purpose must all be resumed as soon as possible. So I think it's time to get on with the job, get back into the chamber. For those who can't and they're scared, please, I say stay away. But for those who can, it's time to get on with the job. We are a service provider. We expect our contractors to do the job. It's time we done the same. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for listening to me and members.
Thank you, Councillor Foryshevsky. Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'll just start by saying that I first off support every word the leader has said on this item and share that deep disappointment that we've had to bring forward this motion at all. You will, I'm sure, forgive a slight personal motivation, which I do on behalf of the entirely unvaccinated and those members of the council that are in that position, as well as those many officers who are in the same place. But I would also make a point on a personal basis that where possibly avoidable, everyone, all residents, all councillors, everyone still has a duty to protect the NHS and not to fill up beds and take up their time unnecessarily when there is some alternative that we can adopt. And we have a viable mechanism to hold remote meetings and hybrid meetings. And so frankly, coming back into the chamber at this point, just because we should return to a particular conception of normal is just introducing undue risk. And it's doing so, let's be frank, for an entirely ideological reason. And actually even really just down to the ideological bent of the Leader of the House of Commons, which of course is just farcical. I add as an aside to this that if you ever want to see a more representative council and councillors, the government probably needs to join the 21st century and make remote and hybrid meetings a permanent change, completely irrelevant of COVID. I now work from home permanently for my full-time for my day job, and I take part in most of my meetings for council remotely. It works pretty damn well. I think the other issue here is that if we go back just before COVID and we were tentatively looking at introducing Zoom for informal meetings, I was told by many, many members of this council that it would never, ever work. Of course, it'd be a disaster. And yet here we are, all of us on Zoom tonight. So I find the notion that the government have extended their own arrangements whilst willfully neglecting ours to be just hypocritical. But I'll finish with this. And I just want to say I think it's actually a great shame members are trying to make this political, because actually I don't really think it is. And sometimes the measure of a councillor in a place like this is not just that you're happy to scrutinise and throw rocks at your opponents, but also that you can scrutinise your friends and your supporters. And I thank Councillor Knowles particularly for his words. I think that's absolutely spot on. There is a point here about democracy. There's a point here about not introducing undue risk back into a still fragile system regarding COVID. We have another option that works. We're proving it works right now. And to go back to this old normal just to suit the ideological bent of one or two members of the House of Commons, not even the government, but one or two members of the House of Commons, is ludicrous, which is why I am seconding this motion and joining the leader in all of his comments. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support not only the motion, but I support it as the father-in-law of 5 key workers, particularly my daughter, who's a senior nurse on the front line. The thing that horrifies her is unnecessary groups of people joining together. And quite honestly, it is totally unnecessary for this council to meet in the council chamber. I also look at the climate change issue. It means a lot of travelling to get to Godalming, to the council chamber. It needs a lot of cars on the road. I look at the transport problems for officers. We have to pay their transport. So it makes economic, it makes climate change, and it makes safety the 3 issues we should look at. The first issue, safety, I would say, we don't know where we're going with this pandemic at the moment. There are Indians, Brazilians, any number of strains that are liable to attack us. We don't want to spread it. We don't want to be seen to spread it. So let's be sensible. Let us put pressure on the government. Let them leave virtual Zoom meetings or hybrid meetings as a norm, because we don't know what next year is going to bring. And I don't know about anybody else. I found it quite convenient sometimes to be able to attend meetings that maybe I wouldn't have been able to before. I think the attendance on the council has actually gone up. So I support this wholeheartedly, and I would ask you on behalf of all of those key workers that I know in my family that have put themselves at risk, don't put them at further risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I echo the words of the leader and deputy leader. And I did understand that this motion had, I mean, I'm a great believer in cross-party collaboration, and I think, you know, I'm well known for that. And I had understood that this motion had was the result of all-party collaboration. And I am surprised that Councillor Cossa sees the motion as inappropriate and that he sees it as party political. And in the spirit of cross-party collaboration, can I commend the words of Councillor Knowles that if Jacob Rees-Mogg can allow time to ensure that Parliament can meet in terms of in hybrid meetings, that the same right should have been accorded to local government as well. Now, until recently, my view is that the response of the government to the COVID emergency could be summarised in 4 words: too little, too late. With the somewhat more measured response in the case of the recent lockdowns and release of lockdown, I thought that the government was at last following the science. And sadly, in this instance, the government is not following the science. And the excuse, as we've heard, is that there is insufficient parliamentary time to introduce primary legislation. Now, all I can say is that on a matter that is, as other councillors have described, on a matter that is crucial to public safety and a matter which is crucial to the effective working of our democracy, it is appalling that the government cannot find time, and I would urge councillors across all parties to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Potts.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. I think someone touched earlier on this, and given the severity and the gravity of the situation, that there are times when things shouldn't be party political. And I completely agree. I think this is one of those. We had occasions last year at the height of the pandemic. We're not over the pandemic. We are moving to a different phase. I think we'd all agree with that. Some of us have, as we are of slightly more mature years, have been lucky enough to have our first vaccination. But I, for one, don't get my second until the second week of June. I also have to think that this isn't just about us as councillors, us carrying out our democratic role. This is about us asking members of our groups, fellow councillors and officers, and we have to think also about officers here, to come into a council chamber that many of us know cannot safely, under the current regulations that we have received with lots of varying specialist scientific advice, accommodate 57 councillors plus officers. Those are the brutal facts, whether we like it or not. I'm actually not going to get into a discussion about our actual government, Mr. Rees-Mogg and everything else. What I'm going to say is that I think we do have a duty of care to all our councillors and officers. I think we also have a duty of care to our loved ones, and we need to think about those people as well. It's all very well some of us being very gung-ho about wanting to come back into the council chamber, but we have to think more widely. And I, for one, will support this motion tonight. I think that we need a longer period to start to settle back in and see what the new normal looks like. There are so many unknowns at the moment. We're seeing things literally happening on a daily basis. And I just feel that until such time as we are in a better, more confident place, and certainly have a better and clearer direction of where we're going with this pandemic and the lifting of regulations, because we've still got two key stages to go. We've got the May phase where there's going to be a review, and we've got the June phase where there's going to be a review. So from my perspective, and that's why in my conversations with Councillor Ward, I felt this should be certainly from the Conservative group, a free open vote, and they're free to express, my colleagues, their own views. But my view is that given all those factors, I will be supporting the motion before us this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Costa is perhaps somewhat isolated in his view that this is a party political issue. If we were to meet and as a result, one of us or one of the people with whom we are in contact were to contract coronavirus or pass it on to others, I think it would be a very shameful moment for all of us. And we should attempt to follow closely government guidance on this. And government guidance after 12th of April is quite explicit. It says you should continue to work from home if you can and minimize the number of journeys you make where possible. I don't see anything party political in trying to follow the government's advice. And if we were to see it differently, then I think we would be taking a great responsibility quite recklessly. There are people, many people, who have to work away from home. There are people on the front line in the NHS, building workers, supermarket staff. We all know the wide range of people who work for us and help keep our society ticking over and starting to recover. And if we put them at risk so that we can sit in a council chamber cheek by jowl instead of working across the internet, as we've all found is possible, then I think it would be quite shameful. And for those still in doubt about whether this is a party political issue, I would point out that the minister responsible for dealing with local government, Mr. Jenrick, is supporting the case being brought against the government on this issue tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. The next speaker is Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I have to say I would like a return to meetings in person and in public just as soon as reasonably possible. And I, for one, am heartily sick and tired of Zoom calls, of 30 or 40 hours of Zoom calls a week, sitting here in my very comfortable chair and in my study. So I, for one, don't like Zoom meetings, but there we are. We do require them right now, I agree. And I also think that we should congratulate the government on the way in which it has reduced infections of this pandemic and reduced the number of deaths quite dramatically, reduced hospital admissions, and pushed up the vaccination rate to one of the highest in the developed world. And I think they deserve our congratulation for that. But having said that, I do find it surprising, maybe even perverse, that government is not allowing local government to continue for at least the time being to hold remote meetings in the way that we have for the last 12 months. So in spite of the fact that I want to get back to public meetings or in public meetings just as soon as possible, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will also be supporting this motion tonight, and I agree, it isn't a political motion at all. It's to do with common sense. I've been dismayed at the government decision, but as Councillor Knowles has highlighted, you know, parliamentary time has been found for other, perhaps more trivial items, but not to support all of the local authorities across the country who are already under pressure at the moment. And as the mother of a key worker, we do need to tread really cautiously and to keep an eye on the numbers and not to meet unnecessarily. I don't believe anybody here wants to deliberately put anybody else at risk, and also to put any unnecessary pressure on our hospitals whilst they are really trying to catch up on long surgical waiting lists as well. They wouldn't need any additional numbers of people infected by the virus at this time. And, you know, it isn't as if we haven't been able to do our job and do our job well using remote meetings. And I appreciate Councillor Martin hates Zoom. And I must admit, you know, obviously long hours on Zoom it is quite difficult and quite taxing, but you can get the job done. Unfortunately, we can't return to the chamber at this time because we need to create a COVID secure environment. So whilst people may think, well, we can return to the chamber and carry on as normal, we can't do that. We have to meet government regulations. And that means that we have to have social distancing or some kind of way of keeping separate. And that's not just for councillors, that's for officers as well. And as has been highlighted, some of those people will not even have had one vaccination. Looking at this meeting tonight, you know, there's 60 people on it. And as the leader said earlier, we'd need somewhere that would accommodate 70 people safely, and also the technology in order to be able to successfully carry out our meeting. And that would add additional costs as well to our council taxpayers. At the moment, we're meeting on Zoom. It isn't a huge cost at all. But if we had to hire a large enough venue and put in all the IT systems, that would be a considerable cost at a time when we're already under considerable financial pressures. I don't think meeting on Zoom hinders our ability at all for elected representatives to contribute and to represent the views of their residents. And after all, the government itself has extended their own ability to meet remotely until at least the 21st of June. So as I said, I will be very much supporting this motion this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Dixon.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I am in support of this motion. I do feel that, and I actually really like, I don't like all Zoom meetings, but I don't like all in-person meetings. I think of the cost of the environment and also the inclusivity. I think we are not in the business of driving to Godalming to sit in mahogany seats. That is not what we are here to do. We are here to make decisions and to represent and that does not actually require us to go anywhere. As long as we can meet and make decisions, then I think we should try as much as possible to embrace the technologies that we found work so well to carry forward, because this allows us to have better attendance at our meetings and also to be far more inclusive, in particular for people like myself who still work and will still expect to work for the next 10 years. And if we want more working people in this chamber, we have to embrace the digital technologies. If we were an employer, any other kind of employer, and we were forcing people back to the workplace when there was another solution, we would be roundly condemned. So, and I think also I need to remind some of our colleagues, my colleagues who tonight said, we need to be an example to our key workers. Well, we have been an example to our key workers. Waverley Borough Council had a huge difficulty in creating Zoom meetings, but we did create them in a very short period. And for my part, and for many of you here, we have been in bi-weekly planning meetings. We have been in regular contact with officers over many, many local issues, and often meetings that have been easier to do because we've been able to embrace the technologies that are available to us. So I say, let's look to the future. Let's look to a future which embraces hybrid and say, look, this is not about sitting on leather seats. This is about making great decisions. And that doesn't mean discriminating against people who can't get in a car and can't get there on time. So while I vote this solution, I also say we've got a better future ahead of us if we can embrace the technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Rosman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm just going to, I don't want to repeat everything everybody's said, but we know that variants are going to be the real threat going forwards. The fact that India is now on the red list as of this Friday, but a lot of scientists are already saying that's too late because the test and trace system has failed. We haven't monitored the borders correctly, so it hasn't all been fantastic. The vaccine task force are those who are responsible for the vaccine rollout. So it's the scientists and the doctors who are to be congratulated. And they're apolitical. They're just trying to look at the data and do what's best. Having lost family and a friend to COVID, I do take it very seriously. And as to getting on with the job, we already are getting on with the job. We've done a fantastic job, all of us, for the last year, coming to meetings, making decisions, reading papers. Just because we're not in the same beautiful chamber that goes historically with the role doesn't mean we can't do the job. And the cost of holding meetings elsewhere could be prohibitive. So I think we really need to be realistic and reasonable and support the motion because it's not politically motivated. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rosman. Councillor Ravini.
It's Councillor King, Madam Mayor. I would just like to say that as a senior or older person, I had my second jab last Saturday. The first thing the doctor said to me was, just because you have had the second jab, you are not immune from carrying the virus and passing it on to somebody else. You must still social distance and you must still wear a face mask. And they also said that this vaccination may not work so well with variants. And those things alone make you realise that coming into the council chamber, we could be actually infectious and not know it. And we could be passing this virus on to other people and potentially killing somebody without our knowledge. I am a past nurse. I know from my friends who are still working and from those that saw people die on a regular basis from COVID, that they still have huge anxiety and worry about COVID returning to the extent that it was before. And those nurses do not deserve for us to come into a council chamber when we can do Zoom meetings and carry out our work without inflicting that on them. I also think that it's very unfair to say, well, some of you can go into the council chamber, but if you can't, well, don't come. I believe that we can carry out our work perfectly well on Zoom meetings. I have to say I hate Zoom meetings, I actually hate them, but we can carry out our work, we can do it perfectly well without being in the chamber. And so for this reason, I shall be supporting this motion, and I hope that everybody else will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keane. Councillor Merriweather.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like Councillor Rosamond, I speak as someone who has lost family and friends to COVID. And I also speak as this council's appointed governor of the Royal Surrey National Health Foundation Trust, where I saw just breathtakingly outstanding efforts by key workers over the pandemic to save people's lives and prevent the transmission of COVID. A lesson to us all. Now, I'm not scared to come into the berries, and I kind of resent the suggestion that anyone who doesn't want to go to the berries is scared. I believe that leadership means leading by example and doing the responsible thing. And I think us going back to the berries and risking transmitting COVID is an immensely irresponsible thing to do. And all of the key workers that have been cited by Councillors Costa and Brzeski in their case will not thank us at all for putting ourselves and them at risk. So I support this motion, not on political grounds, but on the grounds that us going back to the berries is a disservice to all the people who have elected us and who we represent.
Thank you, Councillor Merriweather. Councillor Edmonds.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I merely have a question. Would the delegated decision made by the people nominated be in public?
I don't think we have come to that the section in the agenda yet, Councillor Edmonds. I think that's the next one, emergency delegation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, I certainly support the motion. You know, it's perfectly clear that there had to be a motion simply because the government didn't prioritise this, even though they knew there was a deadline that was due to be exceeded, and presumably extending the dates to allow remote meetings would have been pretty straightforward had they been inclined to find the time. Every organisation in the world has had to move to remote working over the last 12 months. The majority will continue to do so in some format because they've understood now that it actually works and they can trust their employees, but also because it allows their employees and individuals to manage their lives more effectively and not commute 2 or 3 hours a day, which many people in the southeast do. Remote council meetings, such as we've been having, if we were to continue to do that, may allow for a more diverse section of society to become councillors, rather than those who are able to attend physically at the required times. Zoom meetings, MS Teams, remote working is the future of work for every organisation, and it seems slightly backward thinking, in my opinion, to not want to continue with that. You can't tell me that everybody enjoys staying in the council chamber till 11 o'clock at night and then commuting home and having to go back to their jobs, the following morning. Finally, yes, the vaccine rollout has been successful. That is fantastic, largely thanks to the NHS. But I will not congratulate any government whose constant inaction and dithering has led to 150,000 deaths over the last 12 months. One of the highest rates in the world, let's not forget. So you'll get no congratulation from me to this government for their activity, despite the vaccine programme going well. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep my comments fairly brief. I don't see this as particular at all, and I'm very pleased to find myself on the same side as Councillor Potts, Councillor Martin, Councillor Knowles, and one or two of their colleagues. So I don't see it as a party political issue at all. And at Surrey, for example, the administration there is pretty critical of the government. They're not being openly critical. They're a Conservative-run administration, but they've got enormous problems due to this, and that they're going to have a new council after the Surrey elections with probably a third new members. And so they've got all the issues of dealing with a new membership as well as the previous members. And it's fairly clear to me that they're having to go into some very complex arrangements to try and keep Zoom or Teams meetings going. and delegate authority to officers to do various things. And it's very clear to me that the administration at Surrey is not at all happy with the government, although they don't actually come out and say that quite so openly as perhaps we are doing. So I don't see this as party political, and I'm very, as I say, very pleased the response from most of the Conservatives. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacLeod. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councillor Merriweather, who said that the use of the word scared is rather unfortunate. And it doesn't do the councillor that said it any credit whatsoever. Listening to one of the earlier speakers, I couldn't help be reminded, and I do apologise, about Victor Meldrew. 1 foot in the past. I think putting the pandemic to one side, there is room for Zoom and remote meetings in the future. I think hybrid is the way every organisation is going to go in the future. So I support the motion for that reason as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Yes, I don't appear to have any more speakers.
Madam Chairman, Madam Mayor, on a point of personal order, would you please, with your indulgence, allow me to speak?
Could you just hold a second? Right, it's a point of personal explanation, I think.
Explanation. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm astonished that I've heard some of the comments targeted at me and possibly Councillor Cossa, because we simply don't agree with the vast majority of people. I think the attack on us is unacceptable based on some of the language that's being used. Quite, I find really, really upsetting. And just to come back to the last speaker's point about being scared, I mentioned the word scared, but it wasn't my word. It was a fellow councillor who said to me they were scared to go back into the chamber. And I think it's a real reality that some people are genuinely scared. So can we please lose some of this language? I am not attempting to put anyone at risk. I am not going to kill anyone. It is not my intention to do that. But please, let's just agree to disagree on matters where that is exactly what it is. I've also lost people in this pandemic. I also have a member of my family who is on a frontline services, so I know what it's like. So can we just get some balance in? Let's stop the personal attacks and the silly comments that have been made that we're putting people at risk. We're not, we've just got a different opinion to everybody else. So thank you, Madam Chairman, very much for your indulgence. You're a fine mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blishan seems to be waving. Are you having some problem with putting your hand up, Councillor Blishan?
My hand up function has never worked.
Oh, right. So, Councillor Blishan, would you like to add something now?
Yes, I would. I mean, common sense dictates we've got to follow the rules of the medical people. I too, like Councillor Merriweather and many other people, no doubt, have lost family members, and that makes it really personal, and it really, really brings it home to you, particularly when you can't work out where they've caught this from. So I shall be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blishan. I think that is the last speaker now. Councillor Ward, would you like to reply?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would certainly like to wind up. This motion is about choice. It's about us being able to make a choice as to whether we come into the chamber or whether we work remotely. I think that is a very good thing. And when I put in the words disappointed in the motion, I am genuinely disappointed, because when the government asked for our help, all the councils rallied round and really pulled their weight. And when we asked the government for one simple thing, to help protect life, we were rebuffed. So I was not at all pleased. But this isn't party political. That is just one instance that happened. If I wanted to be party political, I could talk for a long, long time, and that's not what this evening is about. But, you know, I am not at all surprised that Councillor Cossa tried to politicise it, but it is not political. It is the fact that this would be a good idea. I thank Councillor Knowles for reading my newspaper articles. He is one of the privileged few. Many people ignore them. But what I said was absolutely as he quoted, as I expected. But no, I haven't changed my views. I believe that the people of Waverley, by obeying the lockdown rules, which is part of what I am asking them to continue doing in this motion, and let us be honest, the superb rollout of the vaccine. I had my second jab some 3 weeks ago. Yes, I am that old and decrepit. And the whole thing was brilliantly organised. So not everything is bad, but this decision is appalling. I was surprised at Councillor Forashevsky admitting that there are people that are scared and she wishes to disenfranchise them by giving them that dreadful choice of whether they come to the council or whether they do not exercise their democratic rights. I think that is really wrong. Councillor Wilson, I thank you very much for drawing our attention to the fact that we are putting NHS staff at higher risk and giving them more work if we deliberately expose ourselves to the potential infection when it is not necessary. And I think Councillor Dixon made a superb speech emphasising choice and emphasising the things that we should be doing. And I thank her for her support of that. We do have a duty of care, as was laid out by the Leader of the Opposition, and I thank her for her really clear and conscientious speech. And I think really that's probably all. I haven't touched on diverse new councillors. I haven't touched on the climate emergency. I could go on for a long time, but what I will say is that people from every political party represented on this council have spoken in favour. This is not a political motion, and I am really perturbed by people who try to swing it that way. Originally, Madam Mayor, I was going to ask, because I thought this would get universal support, for an acceptance by acclamation. But I think that those that vote against it should do so in public, and therefore I would recall for a recorded vote, please. And I'm sure I will have support.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I support that.
I support it too.
Agreed.
Yes, do we have 5?
Yes, support.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think so.
Thank you. Right, we will now put the motion to the vote. Mr. Taylor, will you call the use the roll call, please? Yes, Robin is having slight problems with his connections to the meeting, so Fiona will step into the breach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Usual drill, when I call your name, if you could say for, against or abstain. So Councillor Adams?
Against.
Councillor Baker?
For.
Councillor Beeman?
For.
Councillor Blishen?
For.
Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Coburn?
For.
Councillor Cole?
For.
Councillor Cossa?
Abstain.
Councillor Darcy?
For.
Councillor Davidson?
For.
Councillor Denis?
For.
Councillor Dixon?
For.
Councillor Edmonds?
For.
Councillor Ellis?
For.
Councillor David Else?
Against.
Councillor Jenny Else?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Follows.
For.
Councillor Forojewski.
Against.
Councillor Gale.
For.
Councillor Goodridge.
For.
Councillor Gray.
Abstain.
Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Howard.
For.
Councillor Hunt.
For.
Councillor Hyman.
Abstain.
Councillor Isherwood.
For.
Councillor Keane.
For.
Councillor Knowles.
For.
Councillor James.
For.
Councillor MacLeod.
For.
Councillor Penny Marriott, the Mayor.
For.
Councillor Peter Marriott.
For.
Councillor Michaela Martin.
For.
Councillor Peter Martin.
For.
Councillor Merriweather.
For.
Councillor Mirrlees.
For.
Councillor Mulliner.
For.
Councillor Neal.
For.
Councillor Nicholson.
For.
Councillor Palmer.
For.
Councillor Potts.
For.
Councillor Reid.
For.
Councillor Paul Rivers.
For.
Councillor Penny Rivers.
For.
Councillor Rubini.
For.
Councillor Rosman.
For.
Councillor Sadler.
Abstain.
Councillor Seaborn.
For.
Councillor Townsend.
For.
Councillor Ward.
For.
Councillor Wicks.
For.
Councillor Williams.
For.
And Councillor Wilson.
For.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for bearing with me. That's 45 in favour of the motion, 2 against and 5 abstentions. Sorry, 3 against and 5 abstentions. So the motion is carried.
Thank you, Councillor Fiona. So I just reiterate, that's 45 for, 3 against, 5 abstentions. The motion is carried. Right, shall we now move on to item 9, emergency delegation. Leader, would you like to introduce this, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is before you as a result of a discussion that the Chief Executive and I had when we raised the difficult problem of what happens if, since we will no longer be allowed to meet in the chamber, since we will no longer be allowed to meet remotely, that if we try and have a meeting in the chamber, we are in quorate and we have some urgent business. So we thought about it and came up with this motion, and I'll be very brief. It gives me no pleasure to put this resolution before you, as I'm sure it will be a cause of deep concern to many. But following on from the previous item, if we find it is necessary to hold a council meeting whilst a considerable number of us still feel unable or unwilling to attend, it is possible that such a meeting might be in quorate. In those circumstances, to enable urgent, and here I stress urgent, business to proceed, this item is now before you. It will only apply to items that are marked as urgent on the order paper or the agenda, and any such items will only be annotated as urgent by agreement between the Mayor, the Chief Executive and the Leader before they go on the paper. This seems to me a reliable safety net, and I reluctantly encourage councillors to approve it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure I have a seconder.
Please to second, Madam Mayor.
We have speakers. Councillor Hyman.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Appreciating what the leader said in respect to the last item and the possibility of an affront to democracy, I do think that residents might think that of this motion when we haven't really been told whether or not this is necessary. I looked at the 4 rules of procedure, page 73, and that's the 2019 one that we've got in hard copy in our folders, so it might be a different number now. It was Rule 8 under Part 4, which tells us, which information isn't in the committee papers, that the requirement for a council meeting to be quorate is 1/4 of members, which equates to 15. And I really don't see any problem with 15 people being able to get into the chamber at any one time. What I do see a problem with is if we have a council meeting and there's a lot of people do turn up, 14 of us do turn up because of the importance of the urgent matter on the agenda. If there's not 15 at the moment, then the decision will be made under this by 2 people, both of the same party. At the moment, it would be Farnham residents, and I would understand it if the Conservatives are up in arms, although this shouldn't be a political matter. In the near future, it might well be that it will be 2 Liberal Democrats who are making the decisions with the Chief Executive Officer. To me, as far as residents are concerned, if 14 people are in the chamber, but instead we decide that 2 people of the same party are able to make that decision, because of this vote, I think we will have made a very big mistake here. And I can't possibly vote for it if what I'm saying is correct. I'm going by what I read in the Constitution and by what common sense says to me. So I don't think I can support this. I apologise. I don't think this has been mentioned to me in advance, or there's been any discussion through standards or any other committee. And I would have thought this is something which is very simple for us to decide without having to spend. Well, we're an hour and 3/4 into a meeting and we're on our first real item. We've decided that we're going to sustain our ability to hold 10-hour council meetings. How long is this one going to go on for if we continue at this rate? I think this is unnecessary because we can either very simply reduce the number needed in quoracy until September on a temporary basis. Similarly, we could reduce it to 5 or 10 or whatever somebody else were willing to put forward. I'm happy to place a motion, but I'd like to listen to what 1 or 2 other people would think, but hopefully not everybody's going to want to have to speak to say the same things as we've had for the past hour. Can we please move through this as fast as possible on the basis that we don't actually have to do this, and 14 people or 13 or 12 or 10 or 6, however many are present at that meeting, is far better in terms of democracy and would not be an affront to democracy in the same way as reducing these decisions to decisions of 2 people of the same party, which I really couldn't agree with on the level of our responsibility to uphold democracy. Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be blunt, Jerry's right. Councillor Hyman is absolutely correct. And I'm saying that as a Liberal, and I'm saying that as one of the 2 people that he's likely talking about in practice. And what I am also saying, though, is that it might be necessary for business that's urgent if we should, for example, need to react to changes in the COVID situation. I think really what we're envisaging here is the ability to react quickly if we need to make changes. I will go back to how this was dealt with the last time such a delegation was put in place on a temporary basis. And although it delegated the formal power to the leader and to the chief executive, in practice, how that worked, and certainly if it's in any way to do with me, it will work in exactly the same way, that this is a discussion had by the executive and in as public way as possible in consultation with the leader of the opposition, because that's the only way that can be done and it be even remotely reasonable under such circumstances. The point that the leader has added here particularly is the noting of business that is marked as urgent in advance, so members are able to see that, so it can't be done retrospectively, which I think would have been a complete abomination if there'd been any other way around it. And I think that although we have given ourselves a reasonable length of time here, the 30th of September 2021, I am sure that the future executive will lay down that delegation as soon as this is reasonably possible, ideally before that time. But in practice, it is there for business that is urgent because we may need to react to it quicker than we are able to do under the current system. I mean, this will be a lot easier if we could just hold remote meetings, which goes back to this motion we have just had before. This is a backstop in order to prevent urgent business, particularly around the pandemic, grinding to a screeching halt in the event that we need to actually move forward. I don't love this at all. In fact, I find in any other situation, I would be right alongside you, Councillor Hyman, voting against this. But I cannot see an alternative. And if you've got one, fair enough. But I think we have to really just be thinking about how we react to urgent matters, and that is the purpose of this particular motion. My hope is we will.
Sorry, I didn't realise you didn't finish.
No, my apologies, Councillor Hyman. But my hope is that we will dispense with this as quickly as physically possible. But that relies on doing our best and leading by example in what remains of the latter stages of this pandemic. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, could I come up with a point of information? Because I think some people have misread the motion. The motion is delegated to the Chief Executive in consultation with other people. It is not delegated to any councillor. So it is a delegation to the Chief Executive in consultation with councillors. So I'm sorry to say what Councillor Hyman said is incorrect.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Ward. Councillor Edmonds.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Am I correct then to understand that the decision would be delegated to the Chief Executive if there weren't sufficient councillors in the council chamber?
I think that is what the leader just said, Councillor Edmonds.
I find that deeply disturbing. Thank you very much.
May I make a point of personal explanation, please, Madam Mayor, in respect of what the leader and deputy leader have just said? If I may quickly, then I would just say to Councillor Follows that
yes.
I did actually suggest that
you make it very briefly, Councillor Hyman.
Thanks. Well, I did actually say that there is the alternative of reducing the number of people that are necessary to be there, because, 14 people are there, and then we're going to have to delegate to the Chief Executive because we're one short. Then democracy is effectively going out the window when it's unnecessary for it to do so. And I didn't misread the recommendation in response to what the leader has said. What I said is absolutely correct. The fact is that the decision will be made with only 2 people having an input instead of however many people had managed to turn up to the chamber. So it makes no difference. So I'm not wrong about that. And thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. Councillor Potts.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I have to admit that myself and my Conservative group do have concerns about the proposal before us. I do fully recognise that we do need a form of emergency delegation. The fact is that we don't have the luxury of time on our side to take things before standards and so forth. We're sort of getting, to put it bluntly, up against it. What I would feel more comfortable in terms of overall representation from the political groups is if I could please suggest a short amendment to the wording that comes before us that would sit, and if I may, Madam Mayor, just read that, and it goes to the sentence here. So, business being urgent will be delegated as far as law allows to the Chief Executive in consultation with the Mayor, relevant committee chairman and leaders of all political groups including the leader of the council as chairman of the executive. I think that would be at least a slightly improved check and balance at this time, and would give some comfort to all political groups on the council. And I would like to move that amendment, and I believe I have a seconder, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Is there anyone who will second the motion, the amendment?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to second that amendment myself.
Thank you.
Right, we will now be speaking and thinking about the amendment, please. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the amendment?
Yes.
Madam Chairman, if the proposer and second, or if the proposer of the motion is prepared to accept the amendment, then we've no need to debate it further, have we?
Right, okay. Hold on a moment. Councillor Ward.
Councillor Martin has removed the words from my mouth. I will happily support that amendment.
There we go.
All right, thank you. So we do not have to speak. So could you, could we reiterate on what, as how it stands at the moment, please? If we go back to speaking on the original, on the changed, the amendment to the original, could we perhaps have somebody who will read out what the recommendation now is?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, may I interrupt? Sorry.
Right, Councillor Gale.
Yes, as an independent, I'm not a political party. Would the independent be included in this new motion?
Madam Mayor, I have a point of personal explanation which may help.
Right, Councillor Follows.
During the first lockdown, effectively what Councillor Potts' amendment has done here is effectively codify what actually happened in practice. And Councillor Potts and Councillor Gale came to executive meetings to discuss the issues in question. I would have no personal issue with that being extended to all council leaders and independents to reflect the same practice that happened in the past anyway, which is one of the reasons I support this amendment, because it really just codifies something we did anyway.
All right, thank you, Councillor Follows. But I still think the changed amendment, has somebody made a note of the changes to the original recommendation, please?
Madam Mayor, excuse me, would it be helpful if I read it out very slowly so someone can take a note of it?
Yes, please.
Right, I'll read the whole thing, and then you can check that everybody's happy with that. So it starts. Council agrees that in relation to any meeting of full council convened for the period 7th May 2021 to 30th of September 21, in the event that the meeting is not quorate, any decisions identified on the meeting agenda as being urgent will be delegated as far as law allows to the chief executive in consultation with the mayor, the relevant committee chairman, and the leaders of the political groups, including the leader of the council as chairman of the executive. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potts.
And we would include the independents.
Yes, and we will include the
Yes.
independents as a political group, yes. Is there anybody, now, could you put your hands down, please, and then could you put them up again if you wish to speak to the new recommendation? Right, Councillor Dixon.
Sorry, I didn't get my buttons pressed. So I don't want to speak to the new the new recommendation yet.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Hyman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That really doesn't go any way to the issue of democracy that that I've raised, and I thank Councillor Potts for thinking some way towards solutions there. But I do think that if we're putting the council decisions to a handful of people, for instance, if members of if individual members who are independents are able to have a vote effectively in the decision, or be consulted in the decision making, then it wouldn't be a system of voting at a meeting. It would be a consultation, and surely we could simply replace that with a consultation by email with all members, so that all members are franchised, or not disenfranchised. I see no way that, I mean, for instance, with the Farnham Residents Group, we are in effect a group of independents, each of whom would therefore expect to be able to have an independent view, because we're not whipped and don't have the same systems as the established political parties. So I do think that it's not an option that is any better than, frankly, doing nothing. I would far rather that we simply stick with what we've got, if we're not going to reduce the number of people required for it to be quorate, because absolutely regardless, it would be a very small number of people who may not necessarily be entirely representative, and who may not raise all the matters which are necessary. We could surely do far better than that, and enable all of the different views to be considered, if we are going to a system of whereby there isn't actually an official vote, and it's a consultation prior to a decision being made by the chief executive. Especially if 14 people were happy to turn up to a meeting and couldn't make 15. So, and if this is being used so that we can do things faster than the present system allows, that should not be. I mean, that was an abuse of the system, frankly, and that's not what this the original motion said was its intention.
Point of personal explanation, Madam Mayor, and my apologies to Councillor Hyman for interrupting.
Who?
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Follows.
The motion at no point is trying to expedite this for business, the sake of normal business. It is for emergency business, and the purpose of this motion would allow emergency business to be dealt with under delegation if there was a possibility that it could not be dealt with by a quorate full council. The qualification of urgent, now with the strengthened amendment, I can't imagine a circumstance where urgent could be misused with the consultation of the other political group leaders in attendance. This is not for business. This is for urgent emergency matters.
But we the full 57 members of the council won't have a choice in deciding what might be urgent. Actually, what I did want to ask was, and if we could, I perhaps could ask the officers. I don't know whether the monitoring officer is in attendance at the moment. I understand he's having difficulty. But where it says in the motion, as far as the law allows, are there certain decisions which are precluded by law that I can't think of at the moment that might ameliorate my concerns in this respect? Because I still see this as an affront to democracy when a handful of people are being given a decision when actually our constitution puts it in the hands of whoever turns up at the meeting. So, and I don't think there's any problem with having 15 people in the chamber at any one time. And, obviously, as far as I'm concerned, there's more chance of being killed driving to a meeting than there is dying of COVID going to a meeting. I'm happy to go shopping, as all 57 councillors probably are.
Councillor Hyman, you've actually had your 4 minutes now. I wonder if
I appreciate that, thanks.
Yes, some of the other people. Who do we have now? Councillor Follows. Oh, no,
my apologies, Madam Mayor, that was an old hand.
Councillor Corser.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Before the amendment was moved, I was going to draw attention to the fact that we were going to consider a very similar motion in Godalming Town Council on Thursday night, the only difference being the one that has now been rectified, because within the Town Council there has already been agreement between Councillor Follows, myself and the other group leaders of exactly the kind that has now been agreed here. So can I take this very rare but very pleasurable opportunity in thanking both the leader and the deputy leader for conceding that point so readily. It clearly is important that if in these exceptional circumstances, we are seen to be doing this together. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Corser. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I do approve the change to the original proposal. But I'm just wondering, how do we define urgent? I mean, very few things. In fact, I can't remember anything which actually meant that you had to make a decision within a few hours of an issue turning up. And you know, I think so. If we're talking probably about 24 hours or 48 hours, I would have thought it was reasonable to expect the officers to make sure that all of the potential councillors were informed by email that there's an urgent issue coming up, and could 15 at least volunteer to be there at the meeting. It would seem to me to be at least a start. And then you probably get more than 15 actually. So then you'd be able to choose proportionately who those 15 were. So I think there needs to be some kind of definition of urgent here, so that you know, we actually all understand what urgent means. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully understand the need for this. It is belt and braces. But when we get the minute or the agenda for the council meeting, surely that is the time, if you do not think that the matter truly is urgent, you get onto them and say, look, take the urgent off. We don't feel that this should be dealt in that way. It would then only be really urgent, needing a quick decision, things that went through this. And I can't think of too many at all. In fact, we'll be in a pretty bad state if it is required, but I think we need it there as belt and braces. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Dixon.
Sorry. Yes, thank you, Lady Mayor. I do think this amendment is quite a good idea, and I think widening the vote is probably a good idea. But I do think it sort of annuls what we just voted for. We just voted to critique the government for not giving us Zoom meetings and hybrid meetings going forward. So for us to carry on working regardless, it seems to weaken our argument that we've just made as, you know, as for an hour and a half. I would say, let's strike, and to Caesar render unto Caesar. You know, he causes, you know, the government causes problem. If we can't undertake urgent decisions, then put it at their door. But the second point I'd like to say is there is one urgent decision, a very controversial decision that is going to come up before the 30th of September. And I'm very worried about it being agreed by even 14 members. And I'm sorry to remember this, and you're all going to groan, but it's the question of creating the bricks for the Wilmer House, which currently houses the Farnham Museum. Those bricks have to be ordered in the autumn. It's going to be a very difficult vote. There's a lot of very strong passions on that. It will be time urgent, and I don't want that to be agreed by anyone except by the full council. Can you assure me that nothing regarding either the Wilmer House or the Farnham Museum collection will be agreed under these urgent registrations? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a query, really, because if we're going to continue to convene meetings and people are going to get papers for these meetings, who determines how many people are allowed into the chamber, and how will we sort out the social distancing, and who says who can't come in? Because obviously there are people from all the different political parties who will want to be one of the 14 or 15 or however many people are fitted into the chambers safely. So why are we continuing to have meetings when we know we can't actually hold them?
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really just a point of information. It did surprise me earlier that the founder of the Farnham Residents group isn't aware that we are, in fact, a political party registered with the Electoral Commission, even although we don't obey the party whip. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm sure he's aware. Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for allowing me not to have to be that, for dealing with that matter for me, so I didn't have to. I greatly appreciate that. In terms of Councillor Dixon's point, I'm sure officers will confirm, but I imagine that the financial limits of the matter that she's talking about would be a matter under delegation to the executive anyway, as opposed to full council, but I'm sure that can be clarified. In terms of the other point about going on strike, I mean, we actually had a very similar discussion at the executive because quite a lot of us were quite frustrated by this. I would love to stand there and effectively stick two fingers up at the government on this matter, but at the end of the day, we're here to serve residents, and our personal liberties are going to have to be secondary to making sure we can do the job if we have to. I think the final point I would just make is that realistically, if you read the wording of this motion, it is an emergency backstop for such a situation that 15 members aren't there in the chamber and the matters is declared urgent in advance. So it is there to ensure that if an urgent matter comes before the chamber and to a full council, and there aren't 15 people there, that urgent matter can actually be dealt with. What will qualify as urgent will be the chief executive will be stating what is urgent, but that will only be done in consultation with all of the political group leaders and independents. I can't imagine a situation whereby the chief executive would put something on the agenda as urgent if the leader of the council and the leader of the opposition disagreed on the definition of urgent. That would be completely just unconscionable. And I would imagine that if such a thing ever did happen, both the opposition and the administration would boycott said council as a last resort, even in the event of such a ridiculous thing happening. So this is for emergency, it is a backup delegation, and it is because we have to ensure that despite the government's inaction on this matter, we still have the ability to do urgent business if we have to. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. Councillor Blishan. Oh, it is. Councillor Blishan, you need to unmute.
I am now unmuted. Apologies. It says, by the recent government refusal to allow us to continue with some form of remote meetings. Now, I always think outside the box. So think about this. If we've only got 14 people in the council chamber, all we need to do is make one phone call, because that is not a remote meeting. That is purely a phone call, or two if necessary, to get the correct numbers. And then another thing, it says urgent. Now, having spent years in commerce, everything was urgent. Can we say very urgent or exceptionally urgent? Because there's so many things that are urgent, the number of things that could go on through on that is quite frightening. But I will vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blishan. Councillor Ward, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few things, really. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for a very intelligent and reasonable amendment to a motion that was stuck together quite quickly because it was, strangely enough, urgent. The definition of urgent being spread among so many people, I am very comfortable with. I believe, but I will stand corrected if the officers tell me I'm wrong, that the 1972 Act actually specifies the quorum, and it's not up to individual councillors however they feel to change it. I think it was Councillor Wilson said, this is a belt and braces thing that we hope we never have to use, and it most certainly is. Although I hate sunset clauses, as you will see, there is a sunset clause in this one. Let us hope that in the coming September, we are not regretting that, but I think it should give people every confidence. It's only for a very short time. It is things that are very, very carefully judged as urgent, and it will go to a total cross-party consultative group who will consult with the chief executive to whom it is delegated. I think that's all I want to say, Madam Mayor. I would, whilst I'd like to call for a recorded vote, I would really hope that we can do this by acclamation and just note the names of those against it. rather than have a full roll call.
Are there, would you like to indicate if you wish to oppose this motion?
How do we indicate?
I suppose you could put your hand up.
Agree.
Right, is there anyone else who wishes to oppose the motion? No.
Does anyone wish to abstain?
Wish to abstain?
Jenny else?
Councillor Dixon is indicating.
Councillor Dixon, right.
So, members of, Councillor Jenny.
Councillor Sadler. Oh, I wish to abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Sadler and Councillor Dixon abstaining. Nobody else. Thank you.
What's Councillor else doing? Sorry, I got lost on that.
Yes, I want to vote against it, Madam Mayor. I did have my hand up, but
yes, I saw it meant on the electronic hand. Right. Okay. So at the moment, could you just reiterate the votes against?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got Councillor Hyman and Councillor Jenny Else voting against, and Councillor Dixon and Councillor Sadler abstaining.
Right, does anyone wish to indicate anything? No? In that case, the motion is carried. I would now like to propose a 10-minute break, comfort break. If you could be back in your places at 8:20, please. Thank you. Are we back online? Yes. Right, we'll now move on to the Public Space Protection Order number 3, item 10. Could I invite the portfolio holder, Councillor Nick Palmer, to present the proposed PSPO?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I should like, first of all, to thank the 46 respondents to the consultation, including the extensive comments by town and parish councils. In addition to the written submission, we had an extensive discussion with the Godalming Town Council Working Group, who were mentioned earlier as declaring a non-pecuniary interest. The purpose of this proposal, as members will probably remember, is to give the police in particular an option lying in between the extremes of either merely giving a warning or pursuing a court action, which, particularly in view of the delays caused by COVID, can take several months. And residents affected by antisocial behaviour are keen that it should be possible for the police to impose a reasonable spot fine where obvious antisocial behaviour is going on, simply to preserve decent order in our community without being oppressive about it. Now, the responses and the informal feedback from residents broadly fell into 3 categories. Firstly, there was broad support, especially from residents in the Farncombe area, who were pleased to see action being taken. Secondly, reservations from residents who felt that a more positive approach would be more helpful and who were worried that the restrictions would be unreasonably severe. And third, submissions urging that the order should apply to a wider area. I refer to my colleague, Councillor Gale, who raised this on behalf of her ward, and I know that there were others with similar considerations, particularly on the same rail line. They were worried that people who previously been causing havoc in the area now covered would jump on the train and cause it somewhere else. In response to point 1, I very much welcome the support. The objective is not to be unreasonably restrictive, but to give our police the ability to take immediate action with a spot fine. And it's important to be proportionate here. We're not proposing any kind of extreme penalty. We are proposing a spot fine of up to £100. On response to point 2, I do stress that we're very keen to work with community groups to promote leisure activities and distractions. For young people in particular, I don't wish to suggest that it is only young people who cause antisocial behaviour. I think we've all encountered people of all ages who are occasionally slightly obnoxious. Nevertheless, I think it's generally accepted that there is a particular issue for young people coming out of lockdown in particular who feel the need to do something other than just sit around on the grass and who need positive options. So we're already working on this with some groups, but we very much welcome approaches from any group who feel the council can help them offer positive alternatives. But we do need to strike a balance between both positive attractions and discouragement of bad behaviour. I did agree with the suggestion that it was sufficient to act against behaviour causing harassment, alarm or distress without including annoyance, as the original draft had it. We all annoy each other occasionally, possibly not even unknown in this chamber, without thereby being subject to spot penalties. We've also explicitly added a clause protecting the right to protest, because particularly in the wider national sphere, there has been concern that orders like this could be used to obstruct protest. In response to point 3, I do sympathise with colleagues who are concerned that similar issues can arise in their area as a kind of overflow. And to some extent, there's always going to be an issue because you've got to draw the line somewhere. Where we've drawn the line is covers the area where it's documented that there's a systematic problem. And we will be watching what happens in practice. But if we'd actually changed the scope of the order, it would legally have necessitated restarting the whole consultation process, which would have meant that we were entering the post-lockdown summer period without those police powers. So I do ask the council to approve the order as it stands, but we will watch closely to see whether there is any overflow of bad behaviour outside the area. In summary, I believe that the measure is reasonable and proportionate and responsive to public demand. I hope the council will support it, and for the benefit of members of the public who may not have seen the order, I don't know if I need to actually read it out. I'm happy to do so. Madam Mayor, can you guide me on that?
Yes, I don't think that will be necessary.
That's fine. So I look forward to a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for a very good roundup of the situation. Before I invite speakers, I have a letter from the clerk of Godalming Town Council, who has asked that it be read out this evening. The clerk has written on behalf of Godalming Town Council PSPO Working Group to thank Waverley Borough Council officers for engaging with the GTC group, Godalming Town Centre Working Group, or Godalming Town Council Working Group, in the recent consultation to produce the latest version of the PSPO. The working group also found working with Sergeant Claire Sutherland of Surrey Police of great benefit and appreciated the time and effort she dedicated to the consultation process as one of the many interested parties. Working together, a practical and proportionate tool to tackle antisocial behaviour in Godalming and the wider Waverley area was produced, and the working group believes that the time and effort given by many people involved was well worth it. The process has benefited from a variety of perspectives, which has provided a constructive input into this important document. Additionally, the opportunity provided by Waverley Borough Council to consider the collective view and allow further positive additions to be made to the wording showed a strong desire to engage with stakeholders. At a time where there are so many unprecedented challenges, the social and economic recovery from COVID-19 and the climate change in particular, it is hoped that this approach can be adopted again to achieve the very best outcomes for the community. Before I ask any speakers, could I ask Councillor Follows if he would like to speak?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to the portfolio holder for just introducing the operational aspects fully there. I just wanted to expand a little bit on the themes from the letter of GTC. The consultation certainly has been one of the more constructive engagements I've observed as a councillor. And I just want to very quickly thank a few groups of people that were involved in this and just highlight their support and some of the issues that were discussed in the hope that it aids the debate. So obviously the first group I want to thank is our officers who produced a great many drafts of this document over the last few months to get it into the point that it is now. The letter just read out by yourself, Madam Mayor, mentioned Sergeant Sutherland, and I would like to single her out particularly, not only for her work as part of the Safer Waverley Partnership, but also for all of the work in attending our ONSs. She was a lot of questions to her at ONS. And also she's attended obviously the working group at Godalming Town Council, but she also attended Whitley Parish Council as well to hear their concerns. And GTC and WPC were the two town and parish stakeholders that engaged most constructively with this process. I do also want to highlight the work of the members of the Godalming Town Council working group for their diligence and the quality of their response. Very proud to serve as leader of that council, and we made an early call to segregate out single hatters in working through this process, so that there wasn't a too big an overlap between Waverley and Godalming Town Council on this. So I think they've done a cracking job in assessing the key questions here, which are about appropriateness and proportionality of the order as a whole. And when Claire went, then Sergeant Sutherland went to Whitley Parish Council to look at the issue of displacement, which is something that Councillor Gale raised at ONS. I think we're able to have a very constructive debate there too, and I know that's assisted them in filing their own consultation response. The very last group I'd like to thank actually are also the residents of Godalming, and particularly those of Farncombe and Binscombe for their patience. They've been promised action on ASB for some time, and they've been promised this order long since before I was a councillor. And certainly when Councillor Rivers and I were at St John's Church in Farncombe, where Councillor Rivers had convened a meeting of about 200 residents to discuss ASB, we said that we would get this order over the line in order to help police. And I'll use Sergeant Sutherland's words at the ONS environment, which is this is an order to give police an extra tool in their toolbox to deal with antisocial behaviour. Now, it's not an order that is taken in isolation, but in tandem with a number of initiatives to engage and provide youth provision in Godalming. And I've no doubt that Councillor Rivers and Councillor Rosamond and other members of Godalming Town Council will elaborate on some of those particulars. Now, this is going to need continuous monitoring and measuring going forward, but I absolutely commend and support this order and would urge members to support it too. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. I now open it up to debate by the members. The first is Councillor Cossa.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Can I say right up front that I do hope that the council will support this proposal this evening. It's a recommendation for making of a PCO, which is something that has been needed quite desperately for some time to address the very real concerns, fears and anxieties of many of our residents in the Farncombe and Godalming areas. I do absolutely recognise the challenges presented to Waverley officers, the police and others in progressing this proposal, which otherwise might have come forward more quickly. But I would like to thank them actually for having been able to bring this forward now in the light of the many pressures they have in the light of the pandemic. I'm not going to spend most of the 4 minutes I have talking about the need for the proposal. That's really well documented in what I consider to be an excellent report, which gives all sorts of data about the needs. I do, however, I think need to say something about the rather confusing and strange position that appears to have been adopted by Godalming Town Council on this, and some of the mechanisms that are being used to suggest that somehow the working party, which comprised members who are not members of this council, are somehow different to other members who are on this council. Let us be absolutely clear up front that the work done by the working party, which I'm going to highlight in a minute, the work done by the working party was on a recorded vote supported by all members of Godalming Town Council in the majority parties. It was not supported by the Conservative group because of our concerns and anxieties about some of the issues being raised by that working group. So can we not have any pretense in the debate later on that members who are members of this council did not support in public? It's on record, it can't be ducked. They supported all the words that are in this document. I would draw members' attention to pages 80 and 82 and 88 to 91 in your agenda, because that's where the views of Godalming Town Council, as recommended to them by the working party, are set out. Aside from the usual need, of course, for them to attack the government in a number of places by suggesting that none of this, of course, would have been necessary if it were not for government cuts in youth provision, The submission seems to place more emphasis on the need to protect the rights of individuals to freedom of expression than the provision of public safety. Although why this issue has been brought up and thought to be relevant, I'm sorry, just isn't clear to me. Most telling of all, though, is that the Godalming Town Council submission states on page 81 that the public protection order should meet certain guidelines and criteria, and I'm quoting from this, but states that they do not believe, and therefore now members of Godalming Town Council in the majority parties do not believe that the draft does this. In short, they do not support without clearly major changes, which, having looked at the draft and having looked at what is done wisely, apart from some minor tweaks, the people who have put this final draft together have not taken on board. Therefore, it seems clearly be the position I would suggest to anyone reading this in an objective way that Godalming Town Council is actually not in support of the proposal in front of you. And I would like
personal explanation, Madam Mayor.
Can I ask, Madam Mayor, that I for once be allowed to finish, and that Councillor Follows, who is fond when he hears something he doesn't like of trying to raise a point of personal explanation that's not a point of personal explanation, be given a chance to speak later. Can I be just, I've nearly finished.
Yes.
Could I ask the courtesy of being allowed to finish?
Yes, could you just give Councillor Cossa? Councillor Follows, if you could speak when Councillor Cossa is finished, please.
I thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The point I simply wanted to finish on, Madam Mayor, is this. I think it is desperately important for the people of Godalming that when Councillor Follows subsequent, as I'm sure he will, gets another chance to speak, and that other members of Godalming Town Council or members here tonight make absolutely clear whether they do support, as they voted for them, those proposals from all those proposals from the Working Party in Godalming Town Council, or whether they want to be seen publicly to support, as they am sure they must, because there's an overwhelming support for it in the community, the proposal for this public space protection order. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Cossa. Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may first of all apologise to Councillor Cossa for interrupting. It wasn't my intent. I tend to jump when people say things that I don't believe to be true in front of full council, which is what I did here. If I may explain, Godalming Town Council Working Group sat with Richard Homewood and a number of officers, the portfolio holder and myself, to discuss their concerns. This being a consultation, it's a two-way process. Some of the things Godalming Town Council were proposing, sorry, the working group of Godalming Town Council were proposing were not things that the order was able to do. And so the settled position of the working group was to agree the draft before you. I don't think we need to get into the ins and outs of the details of a Godalming Town Council meeting, but this was the considered view of the consultation response, which is a two-way dialogue.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. Councillor Coburn.
Well, I'm going to say some things I presume that Councillor Follows won't like. He seems to get far more attention than the rest of us, but I am going to finish, please, Madam Mayor. I wasn't actually going to speak on this matter at all. I fully support the PSPO. We had a wonderful presentation at the Environment ONS, and I thank again Richard Homewood and Claire Sutherland for coming along. Councillor Gale quite rightly raised the issue of displacement, and we did put that forward as an observation. But looking at the consultation, what was pleasing was the support of local residents. I read all the representations, and it was almost 100%. I didn't do any counting. And antisocial behaviour blights so many lives at the moment. And certainly in Farnham, we've got constant calls at the moment to go out and address the aftermath, if you like, of such behaviour, which is definitely on the increase at the moment. There's absolutely no question. You know, I am going out with residents far more often to tidy up the remains, if you like. So what made me want to speak on this matter, because I support it 100% and wasn't going to say a word, was the Godalming Town Council lukewarm response. I couldn't understand it. I really couldn't understand it, and I still don't understand it. My two youngest grandchildren are 4 and 6. They know right from wrong. They still hit each other, but they get punished for it, and they know that what they did was wrong. My 13 and 16-year-olds don't hit each other anymore. They've learned how to speak about it, if you like, and they've made some progress. And they're not perfect, my grandchildren, any more than anybody else's grandchildren are perfect. But they know right from wrong. And they know that if it's their fault, they get punished for it, and quite rightly, and they take it on the chin, because that's what happens when you take responsibility. I couldn't believe what Godalming Town Council seemed to be saying. They wanted to blame anybody other than the culprits. Oh, of course they blame the government. I mean, let's blame the government for everything. You know, we need rain in the garden. Well, I blame the government, you know, for all this sunshine, for goodness sake. The garden needs rain. So they blame the government. Then they blame the police. And then, of course, society. That's always a good one to blame, isn't it? Not at one point did they blame the culprits. Not at one point did they say to the people perpetrating this antisocial behaviour, it's your responsibility, do something about it. The picture that was painted by this working group was of the police as an organisation full of child haters, you know, going round looking for children to clap in irons and criminalise forever. I mean, for goodness sake, it's arrant nonsense. A group of teenagers hanging out in a public space, chatting with their friends, presents no threat to anybody. Nobody complains. We don't have an issue with it. I don't know how many friends of my grandchildren I have picked up and ferried round, but they've all been a delight. I spent my life with teenagers. They were all, you know, without exception, interesting, and most of them very, very worthwhile citizens of this country. But this PSPO, is directed at the small minority who don't fit into that. And they are blighting the lives of people in this borough. It may just start with something a little bit antisocial like loud music. It may progress to a bit of drinking, a bit of sniffing of helium, and then to arson. I don't know how much we've had across the borough, but they seem to set fire to the very seat that they're sitting on, which always seems a bit pointless to me. But then when you're getting carried away in a group, and anybody's grandchildren could get carried away, I hasten to add. But yeah.
Could you wind up?
I've nearly finished. Excuse me, Madam Mayor, but we have heard so much from everybody else tonight. I'd just like to finish. So I think Godalming Town Council should have supported this initiative wholeheartedly. We regret its necessity, but society has always paid the price for the behaviour of the worst, and we do now. And if we don't support our police with our full support, then for goodness sake, we've got residents across the borough suffering from this. What on earth are we standing as councillors for if we do not give our police 100% support in this? So sorry, Madam Mayor, for slightly overrunning, but I haven't really dominated the proceedings quite like certain other councillors tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support this tonight, and I'm very pleased to see that it's come along, especially for the people who have endured what's been happening for the past 18 months or 2 years. But I would like to say I'm very, very pleased that Whitley and Milford put forward a case about displacement, and that has been recognised. And I do hope that, as the lovely PC lady who came to Whitley Parish Council said, we would get help if the displacement happens. So I'm very pleased about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully support it. I know from my history in the criminal justice system how extremely difficult it is for the police in particular to do anything about this type of crime. They are working sometimes with both hands tied behind their back. This is part of a tool in their armoury, and it'll probably free a couple of extra fingers. But they really are pushed. They are short of staff. They are tied by legislation. This actual legislation, everybody seems surprised that it took so long to do. It takes this long to do anything in our criminal justice system. Now, I listened to the talk about blaming the government for cuts to youth services. Now, the youth services will not do anything about the leaders of this type of behaviour, but what it will do is give the followers something worthwhile to do. And personally, I look at Surrey County Council as being the ones that took a choice to cut youth services. They didn't have to, they could have cut back on some of their fancy plans, but they decided, among other things, that they'd cut youth services. And as you might remember, I was rather unhappy they'd cut the fire service as well. They cut all the things that actually help us on the ground. So I fully support this, and I'm rather saddened that people are being attacked for giving their views. The whole idea of asking people their views is to take them. You don't have to agree with them, but you're attacking people that actually put some work into this sort of thing. That really is not right. We should support this fully. It is a document that can be altered. It can cover other areas. And I look at recent events in Farnham and Cranley that seem that they're going the same way as we've been going for the last couple of years. So help the police, report it. That is the thing. If you don't report it, the police don't know where to go. There's not enough of them to be there all the time. So I fully support it, and I would commend it to my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Rivers.
Thank you, Mayor. As a Godalming Town Councillor, and actually as the current Mayor of Godalming, I support this order, and that can go on public record. It was way back in October 2018 that I did chair a packed public meeting in St John's Church, Farncombe, and I think it was over 300 people, Councillor Follows. It was standing room only. And this order is the result and addresses the concerns raised at that time. It allows for appropriate powers for as and when there is an issue of antisocial behaviour. And as Sergeant Claire Sutherland said then and now, that it is a tool in the toolbox, but it should only be one of many. The problems are exacerbated by cuts to youth services, and this order may control antisocial behaviour, but it does not solve it. So we will need to invest time and money and expertise so that in our youth services, so that our younger citizens do not feel a problem, but that they feel very much valued and a valued part of the community. That, as I see it, is our role as councillors, to include the youth. They are not a problem, they are part of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rivers. Councillor Rosamond.
Very much, Madam Mayor. Well, I totally support this. As a portfolio holder for community safety, I was stunned when I came into post to find just how much antisocial behaviour there is, not just in the ward, not just in the town, but in the whole borough. And I receive a lot of emails from residents who feel powerless to do anything with regard to what they're experiencing. So this order is well overdue. And as everyone said, it is a tool in the arsenal the police have. ASB has caused a lot of residents, in particular senior living residents in Farncombe, where I was involved with that meeting very early in the administration, to seek to engage with residents and consult with them about what was necessary. Sadly, not all young people, and it isn't always young people that are the ASB offenders, sadly, not all of them have got good upbringings where they get good role models to show them the way to behave. So there needs to be a proportionality between the order that's made and human rights. And so the work with the Godalming Town Council wasn't meant to be derogatory to what was intended. It was consultation, and consultation is part of our democracy. We are all very well aware of the number of police cuts there have been, and how few police there are on the streets now. And I watched a very interesting webcast the other day by a crime commissioner and a superintendent in London, where they both said it's not necessarily down to the number of policemen that are going to be recruited, but in what they're going to be deployed to do. And youth services has got to be one of those, because having bobbies on the beat isn't always going to be the best way. It's engaging with the locals. So I fully support this order. And I don't think the working group at Godalming should be criticised. We had a lively debate about it. Different people have different views, and as we all know, that is part of democracy. So I welcome their input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rosamond. Councillor Rubini or Councillor Keane?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is Councillor Rubini. Having been one of those officers in the past that have had to deal with this sort of order, with antisocial behaviour in most of the towns across our borough, what I found is in the past, of course, is that there are a lot of them in a group. You can get 30 or 40 people of that age, either young or old, as they've said. It's mixed, and it's very intimidating. One of the problems, as I look at this, is that if this happens as it used to, and I'm sure it does, but a lot of this antisocial behaviour is in the evenings and the night time, then we have got our environmental enforcement officers to actually enforce some of these problems. Now, because of the cuts to the police, they haven't got the numbers they used to, but they are the ones that are patrolling who will have to go to these incidents. I am concerned, despite training, that our environmental enforcement officers, if they are working at that time of night, would they be patrolling? Not quite certain what they're supposed to be doing. However, I would not like them placed in a position of danger when, of course, they haven't got the law to necessarily protect them, such as a police officer has with truncheons and other things, and weapons that they are able to hold. So I agree completely with the order. However, I am concerned in the enforcement of it by our own staff. What I would also say is, as others have said, this is just one part of the toolbox. I was very concerned when I was working when the youth clubs closed and the youth officers from Surrey County Council were put on the street. It didn't work. It was very quickly finished. And in fact, we're now left with only youth clubs where the local authorities, such as Waverley or the town council, are actually doing it in their stead. But of course, they haven't got the remit. It is Surrey County Council who have to be responsible. So I really am very perturbed that the cuts have come from Surrey in both the youth and other areas of vulnerable people. So I would support this, but please, can I be reassured that our own officers that are doing this will not only have training, but not be put in a position where 2 or 3 of them are facing perhaps 30 or 40 people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rubini. Do we have any other speakers? Right, in that case, Councillor Palmer, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to thank everybody who's contributed to the debate, perhaps particularly those who were not preoccupied with what might or might not have been said in Godalming Town Council, which I think is a matter that they should raise there if they're concerned. But I completely agree with what Councillor Follows said, that we are a real debt of gratitude to Richard Homewood and Claire Sutherland in particular for their apparently endless patience in putting forward one proposal after another until we reached a complete consensus. Councillor Cossa spoke at length on the proceedings in Godalming Town Council and appears to have reached the view that Godalming Town Council doesn't support the proposal. And I'm happy to be able to correct that following the discussion with the Town Council Working Group, where a number of substantive changes were made to take into account the reasonable points that they'd raised. My understanding as confirmed by Councillor Rivers, is that the Town Council is fully in support of the motion. And although it's an election period, I don't think we should try to create the impression that there are differences on this that actually don't exist. I've made a point of not talking about the impact of government policy in putting forward this order, because I think it is something which all of us feel it needs to be available to the police in order that they can react proportionately when antisocial behaviour occurs. I talked to the PCSO for Bimscombe, who has the distinction of being the oldest PCSO in Britain. He's in fact older than I am, which makes him really old. But he was very supportive and helpful, and without exaggeration, he said he felt this would be a useful tool in the toolbox of police. It won't instantly solve the problem, but it will help. Councillor Williams stressed the impact of the loss of youth services, and as did Councillor Rubini, talking about the closure of youth clubs. And yeah, here's the other side of the issue. I have a close family member who is extremely respectable member of society now, but she said when she was a teenager, she went along with a group to have some drinks on the beach where she lived, and somebody set fire to a dinghy that was lying beside them. And she didn't feel kind of able, she was shy, a teenager, didn't feel able to just walk away or tell them to stop it. So she was kind of complicit with it. And that sort of involvement where people who don't mean ill are dragged along by a few ringleaders in the bad behavior is something that we all need to try and stop. And the way to do that is to punish the ringleaders, but to give the other young people a real option for something constructive to do, because we're not in an age where it's realistic to think that they'll all sit at home reading Jane Austen. No, it's, realistically, we have to accept that young people want to be around in the community with others of the same age and taking part in enjoyable activities. And if we cut those activities, we frankly cannot be surprised if they start looking at other possibilities. I particularly welcome Councillor Rivers' support because I know she's been involved in this for many years now, and it's great pleasure that we're able to reach this point now. But I take the point that she also made that the young people of our community are part of the community. They aren't the other side. They are us. They are what we were when we were young. They are members of the same families that we're in. And just as we try to punish those who lead people astray, we want to support and engage with everyone else so that we're part of a community which can strive without fear and without people feeling that they cannot go out in their own community without feeling safe. I commend the motion to the council. I hope it may have actually unanimous support. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Palmer. I would like to put the recommendation that the council approves and makes the Public Space Protection Order number 3 Antisocial Behaviour 2021. Are there any objections? Can you put your hand up if you object? Electronically. No, in that case, could you please unmute your microphones and indicate your agreement?
Agreed, Madam Mayor.
Agreed. Right. Thank you. The motion is carried. Right, so we move to number 11, off-street parking places order number 2020, amendment number 1. Could I ask Councillor Palmer to propose the amendment, please?
This is a very straightforward proposal, which I believe will not be particularly controversial, and I won't speak at length as the night is, although young, not as young as it was. The purpose of the order is to enable us to apply appropriate parking fees for the new Brightwalls Yard multi-storey car park. And what we envisage is that this should be done in sensible coordination with the other car parks in the area. And it's just one part of the complex chain of events that will be needed to make Brightwalls work as well as possible in the current economic climate. I don't think I need to say more than that, but I'm happy to respond to any questions which members may have.
Are there any speakers to this? Yes, Councillor Hyman.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm sorry that this has come forward because only, was it 2 months ago, I guess, we had this order in front of us, the new order, and it was agreed by the council. And I pointed out at the time that we were going to have to go through another off-street parking places order 2020 in order to take care of the Brightwells multi-storey car park. And we're also going to have to amend it to do the changes, to take account of the changes to the Sainsbury's car park, which are being done, well, not necessarily as we speak, because they're probably not working at this time of night, but they're being done at the moment, where they're removing parking places from that. Slightly surprised we haven't got a plan for this, because there's a pretty picture in our parking places, our off-street parking places order of every car park, except for this one. Now it would appear, but I might be wrong about that. If there was one within the executive papers, I didn't see it there, but I can't see one here. My issue here is, I've got a quick question, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, which is connected to the issue. I'm not going to complain or oppose the idea of this order, obviously, because it needs doing. But we do have the question of the requirement for planning applications before, well, presumably before these things get used. We're being told that this is going to be open in June, July time. We're not going to be able to make another council decision in the meantime. We are still awaiting planning applications and flood compensation for the raised access road for this car park. So we're going to be using this car park without having required that Crest provide us with the final design. The design which has been approved is a different shaped access road to what they're building, certainly, and the pavements are completely different to what was approved. So we've got to have this come back again. But I would like to ask Councillor Palmer, if I may. I didn't get an answer to my question when I asked under item 8 under the motion, but perhaps I'll have more luck this time from Councillor Palmer, hopefully, or officers. Are we going to see a planning application come before Western Planning, before construction's completed and before the opening of the car park? Or is it, should residents think it's one rule for us, another rule for everybody else? Are Crest still above the procedural requirements because they're our partner in this? I really think we should be doing things properly and showing people we're doing things properly. So are we going to see a planning application for this very, very, very soon, please, Councillor Palmer? I understand that's within your remit. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. I don't think there are any other speakers. Could I pass straight to Councillor Palmer to sum up, please?
Yes, thank you. It's always a pleasure to hear Councillor Hyman urging that our meeting should be shorter and that we should save time. So briefly on his point, I'm afraid I'm not in a position to say when companies or individuals should submit planning applications. They will decide for themselves, and I'm sure that they will do so at the appropriate time, but it's outside the scope that I can provide. As there haven't been any other comments, I'll leave it now.
Right, thank you, Councillor Palmer. I now put the recommendation that the council approve the making of Waverley Borough Council Off-Street Parking Places Order 2020 Amendment Number 1, Order 2021, attached as Annex A to this report. Are there any objections to this? Could you raise your electronic hands if you wish to object to this? No? Do we have any abstentions? No? Then could you please unmute your microphones and indicate your agreement?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
Right. In that case, the motion is carried. Thank you. Right, so we move on to 12, affordable housing. Could I ask Councillor Andy MacLeod, the portfolio holder, to give us a verbal update following the deferral of this item at a previous meeting?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members who attended the meeting on 22nd of March will remember that at that meeting I proposed on behalf of the executive the adoption of a new supplementary planning document on affordable housing. That led to a very interesting debate, and it's clear that members are very supportive of the concepts put forward in that document and of getting as much affordable housing as we can for the council. But in that meeting, Councillor Mulliner proposed an amendment to, as he put it, improve the SPD, strengthen it in terms of the council's position, in terms of the developers. And there was a very interesting debate about that, at which it was agreed that motion should be adjourned until a future council meeting, because we needed the council agreed that we needed to get the advice of the officers, the planning officers, the housing officers, and the legal officers. So that happened, and there's a great deal of work gone on behind the scenes between the officers to decide what our position on what the council's position should be on that. And Councillor Muller has been involved in some of the debate, particularly with the legal officers. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time to get the final conclusion of this work onto the agenda for this meeting. So it's going to be brought forward to the next council meeting in a week's time, at which point we will resume the debate on the SPD. That's all I need to say at this stage, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacLeod. In that case, can we move to item 13, minutes of the executive? 13.1. Leader, would you like to take over now, please?
Delighted. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to put before the council the minutes of the executive held on the 2nd of March. Ask that they be received and noted, and I'm sure I have a seconder.
Pleased to second, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, there were no part 1 items, and I have had no notice of speakers on part 2. So I have no more to say on that item. Thank you.
Is that agreed?
Agreed.
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 Right, thank you. Shall we move on to 13.2, the minutes of the executive of the 30th of March 2021?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have the pleasure of presenting those minutes to the council and ask that they be received and noted, and I'm sure I have a seconder.
Again, pleased to second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Follows.
Madam Mayor, there is but one Part 1 item. It is council tax exemption for young people leaving care. And I'm sure the portfolio holder, Councillor Merriweather, would be delighted to introduce it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Merriweather.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Leader. And hello again, everybody. I'm confident this will not be controversial. This is a recommendation to Council that a new council tax exemption be set up that would ensure that care leavers within Waverley don't have to pay council tax up to the age of 25. You've got the report on page 117 of your packs, but for the benefit of people who don't have it, who are watching on YouTube, either live or on demand, a care leaver is a defined group. A care leaver is someone who's been in the care of a local authority for a period of 13 weeks or more, spanning their 16th birthday. We estimate that there are currently about 7 care leavers under the age of 25 living in Waverley who are currently liable for council tax. This report, this recommendation, provides for them to not pay council tax when they move into independent accommodation, where they find often, according to the Children's Society, managing their own finances extremely challenging. So like other district and borough councils in Surrey, Waverley is keen to work jointly with Surrey County Council to support them, to provide care, to provide them with the help that they require. The report sets out the information needed to enable us to make this recommendation for introducing such a scheme for 2021. That's it, Madam Mayor. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Merriweather. Could I ask for speakers, please? We have Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wish to briefly, strongly support this measure. Care leavers are a small group of people who have often had challenging young lives and don't have the support of parents in the way that most of us had. And I think everything that we can do to support them as they're finding their feet and making progress as they grow older, I think we should be seen to do, and I'm very pleased to support this in every possible way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Edmonds.
Thank you very much, Madam. Just one question. Why doesn't the central government provide this support?
Thank you, Councillor Edmonds. Councillor Follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll take this rare opportunity to agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Martin on all of that, and obviously wholeheartedly support that point. I would only reply to Councillor Edmonds by saying that is an exceptionally valid question indeed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. Do we have any other speakers? No? In that case, Councillor Merriweather, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very grateful to Councillor Martin as well for that endorsement. It is lovely when we're all on the same page. And as far as Councillor Edmonds, don't ask me, ask central government. That's it. I thoroughly recommend this to Council. Thank you.
Right. Can I put the recommendation that the Council approves the creation of a new council tax exemption for care leavers to be applied until the age of 25?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. I think the new council tax exemption for care leavers is agreed. Part 2 matters. I have 2 people down to speak to Part 2 matters. The first, Councillor Hyman.
Thank you. In respect of minutes XC 87/20, which was the announcements, the third bullet from the bottom. I do apologise to Councillor Palmer if he thinks it's inappropriate for members to represent the people that that have been voting for them in respect of £120 million developments that are going through at the moment, and to ask questions about them. And you know, after we've done 2 hours or 3 hours now of mainly stuff which could have been dealt with outside the meeting, I do think this is something which is important to be done in public. So I apologise to members if I press this issue. But given that there are changes, in that bullet point, Councillor MacLeod spoke about the East Street scheme and Brightwell scheme and the progress that it's making. And I've just asked a question about it, which the portfolio holder, perhaps understandably, was unable to answer. But given that there are changes to the phasing timetable that have been made without permission being granted, the final design of the scheme in terms of access and road network changes, removal of the cycle parking, and bus stops, it appears, if the negotiations between Surrey and Crest that we hear about are finalised, loss of bus stops, places for taxis, land levels, flood compensation, and certainly emergency access, a big issue. Whether Waverley are going to be asking that, or ensuring that planning applications come in for those before the scheme is finished. The issue here is, if no application is forthcoming, Waverley should be enforcing to ensure that we're not giving ourselves and our partners special treatment, and in effect making ourselves completely immune to the requirements of the planning regulations. So and acts. So you know, the issue here is enforcement. I'm quite sure that members of the public would like to know that we are being stricter on ourselves than we would be on them. And in this case, we're certainly not. So the issue here is a matter of, in this £120 million scheme, are we going to be enforcing it? Now, I haven't put that in as a question in advance under notice, so I can't ask it. But there is a question under XE 10120, at which I'll take that up. So I apologise for pressing this point, but it is extremely important that we make sure that this is done properly. It's the biggest scheme apart from Dunsfold, and we don't know where that's going. And that's only on the agenda because it's gone into the public domain. I'm very unhappy about that too. That we really need to make sure that we get this right. And I apologise for pressing it at a council meeting when everybody wants to talk about their own, you know, how their grandchildren are and whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. Did that include the refuse and recycling provision, or would you like to speak on that now?
If I may, it's only a very simple question there in respect of could we, whether officers can assure us that Biffa are happy with the idea of the weight of the extra size bins and perhaps any extra inconvenience that those extra size bins are going to cause when they're out on pavements. You know, whether the elderly can cope with the extra weight of them, because the decision that we're making to go to, instead of giving people 2 bins, to give them effectively 1.5 in one size bin in one bin, that is going to be pretty heavy when full. And I'd just like officers to confirm that that has been considered properly, and that Biffa operatives particularly are happy with the idea of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. Councillor Coburn, would you like to speak to Executive Minutes 93/20, please?
Thank you very much. And I must say, Councillor Hyman, you're already turning into a grandpa bore, so don't pretend you're any more immune than the rest of us. I came along to the executive meeting to talk about this matter, and was greeted by the usual collective sneer that this executive seems to have perfected over the years. Used to be a sneer of butlers, but I have a feeling it's a sneer of the Waverley executive at the moment. But a sneer has never put me off, especially when it's something I care passionately about. I am all for improving the environment, both built and natural. I have been for years, and I will carry on doing so. I'm looking forward to the time when I'm as rich as the leader of the borough council and can afford a greener car. I'm afraid my cycling days are long since gone, and I'm sure everyone's they're best forgotten, really. But I am a great supporter of greener fuel and improving, saving the planet. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but I have a huge problem with the ugliness of the paraphernalia that goes with green energy. I've had this problem for years. I see beautiful buildings spoiled by putting on inappropriate methods of reducing their carbon footprint. I said this to a former councillor, some people will remember her. I'd spent New Year in Wales, and I'd heard just all the time about how awful the nearby wind farm was. And she had a real go at me, and I thought, gosh, that's completely out of character. And it turned out that her husband made his money by installing wind farms. So obviously I had touched a rather sore nerve here. But the fact remains that in our towns, we have conservation areas. And this borough has a duty not only to designate, but also to protect and enhance its conservation areas. When we wrote the FCAMP document, and heaven knows I've written enough documents in my time as a councillor, but I do like the FCAMP document. When we wrote that, the Waverley logo's on the front. Waverley signed up to it completely and utterly, along with Surrey Farm Society, the town council. The idea was that we would have nothing inappropriate in the conservation area in Farnham. And I will fight that forever. So it is totally inappropriate for anything to go into our conservation area. The street furniture is all listed and photographed in the document. And even if something fits in with the council's green agenda, it has to be weighed up against the protection of the integrity of the conservation area. So all I am asking for, well, I still don't understand why Waverley has suddenly become a fuel provider. But I'm not going to debate that tonight. If you want to stick EV chargers all over the borough, that's entirely up to you. But there are areas in Farnham, and I'm sure elsewhere, where large EV chargers are quite simply inappropriate. And where they are, that's fine. Put them in the obscure car parks if that's what you feel is necessary. Personally, I feel that there are other things that are going to come online, and it's somebody else's responsibility, but that's a different matter. But anything that goes in the conservation area, whether it's to do with green energy, whatever it's to do with, must be discussed with the town council and judged against the FCAMP document, the Farnham Neighbourhood Plan, and any other relevant document that plays its part in the development plan. Nobody in this executive has carte blanche to fill our town with ugly installations. It's as simple as that. It cannot happen in the conservation area. It really cannot. And I would do everything in my power, right? So basically, we haven't yet got a wind farm in Farnham Park, but I am a bit worried about next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. Is there anyone else to speak? Councillor MacLeod.
They haven't spoken.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to say something to perhaps help in relation to the issues that Councillor Hyman has raised with Councillor Palmer, and has mentioned me as well. And I hope I get this right, because the relationship between Waverley, Crest Nicholson and Surrey is fairly complex. But we are essentially...
Sorry, Councillor MacLeod, can I just interrupt you there? Apparently this you hadn't put down to speak, and so you are...
If it's appropriate for me to speak, I'm happy to withdraw. I'll speak to Councillor Hyman outside the meeting.
Right, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's the same with Councillor Williams.
I'm happy to respond, Madam Mayor, if that's...
I don't think it's appropriate.
You don't respond.
Thank you. Leader, would you like to sum up, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's getting quite interesting. I don't believe that in fact, I'm quite confident that I have ever sneered at Councillor Coburn. I rather find that resentful and unnecessary antagonistic language. I also see she's taking over your job in telling people when they can speak, which is an interesting development at council. And this offensive remark that she wishes to be as rich as me so she can afford an electric car is, well, it used to be out of character for her. So I am somewhat saddened to hear it. But just to tell you, if it's such an interesting and important topic, I got it quite cheap. I am a little surprised, Madam Mayor, but you are a gracious lady, that Councillor Hyman was speaking on item 87, which is neither a part 1 nor a part 2 item. And to my knowledge, it hasn't been done before. If we carry on at this rate, he'll be speaking on item 84, which is declarations of interest, and we'll be here even longer. But there we are. I don't want to say any more, Madam Mayor. We're going to be here long enough already. So I hope Council will receive and note the minutes.
Right. Councillor Ward, have you had no more to add? No. At this point, since the next item is liable to take rather a long time, shall we have a quick 5-minute break and then come back and do it? We will have to carry on with this until the end, I'm afraid. So the next item is liable to take some time. So quick 5-minute break now. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Can we now continue? Since the time is moving on and it is approximately 9:45, could I move PR9? Meetings of the council should normally finish by 10 p.m, but at a convenient time before then, I can put to the meeting the option of agreeing to a half an hour extension to 10:30, at which time the meeting should stand adjourned. 2, continuing the meeting until the council has concluded its consideration of the agenda. Or 3, adjourn the meeting. No business other than set out on the agenda shall be discussed at any adjourned meeting.
Madam,
I would like to propose that we continue the meeting until it's concluded at the end of the agenda. But
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. In that case, we will just carry on until the end. Leader, would you like to propose the executive minutes of the 6th of April?
Yes, indeed, Madam Mayor. I would like to lay before council the minutes of the executive meeting on the 6th of April and ask that they be received and noted. And I'm sure I have a seconder.
Pleased to second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is but one part 1 item on this agenda. And I would like to speak to it and give councillors an opportunity to think about it carefully. Council has displayed a notable spirit of cooperation in the earlier parts of this meeting, but sadly, I fear it may not continue for this item, which is a great shame. However, in an attempt to convince you that we're not all just hell-bent on change for change's sake, I'd like to look back briefly on some of the ideas we've rejected, as well as the reasons for putting forward these, in my view, very much needed reforms. When the council did the honour of electing me as its leader, I stated in my acceptance speech that there would, naturally, be a number of modifications in the way we operate, but that there would not be a tsunami of transformation, but a considered series of changes based on experience and review. And both those I stress. Although the Farnham residents and the Liberal Democrats made up a majority of the new Waverley Council, I was very determined to have as broad a spectrum of views as possible in my administration, and so offered seats on my executive to all the political parties, resulting in the Rainbow Alliance that you have now come to know, but not sometimes totally love. Before taking power, we had a number of ideas for reform, amongst which was the possible reopening of the local plan. After careful consideration of this, and in the light of much officer advice, and looking at what happened to other councils around us, we realised there would be a distinct possibility it would result in an increase in our government enforced housing numbers. So we therefore rejected that. In line with our objectives of more open government, we were also considering moving to a more inclusive committee-based system for which we established a governance board to look into the various ramifications of this. It was clear from their deliberations that a continuation of the strong leader and executive system would be a more efficient and workable style for Waverley, and so we accepted that. So let us move on to the reforms that are laid out in the papers before you. Concerns that you'll see running through this are: how can we improve efficiency? And why is Waverley's current organisation so different from all the rest? Rarely do I say this, but on this occasion, I feel uniquely able to speak on all of these proposed changes. Looking at recommendation 1, Only those of us who have been here since 2007 will remember the old system of the A and B parallel, non-localized planning committees, which were universally unpopular. And I was and remain an enthusiastic proponent of more localized planning. And so I supported the move away from the previous system. However, years of working with the 5-committee system that evolved, including 6 years sitting on the dais of chair and vice chair of 2 area committees, has convinced me that rather like the sale of council houses, what seemed to be a good idea at the time has in practice been found to be wanting. To help officers cope with the extra demands that COVID and home working imposed on them, we disbanded the overarching and unpopular JPC and amalgamated the 2 pairs of area committees into 2 wider but still locally based committees. This system has worked well over a significant period, and so we are now seeking to remove the temporary restrictions on their existence. I hope people will see the reasoning for this, and this will not end up to be a party matter. As from experience, I think we have evolved a good system. And looking around looking around the other councils in Surrey, under different political controls, they seem to be able to function very happily with only 1 planning committee. So in fact, what I'm offering here is actually double the amount of representation that many of our other councils in the county have. I hope you'll accept that that is local and democratic and will, despite some reservations you have, support it. Moving on to recommendation 2, which is a harmonization of the proliferation of overview and scrutiny committees. When the Boundary Commission came to see us, they stated that their remit was to regularize the size of wards so that the councillor-elector balance was as uniform as possible. They pointed out that if we intended to propose a system that was out of step with similar councils around us, we needed to be able to clearly answer the question, why is Waverley so different? So let us remind ourselves of just what the anomalies in the organisation are. Could I have a slide, please, Fiona?
Bear with me one moment, Leader.
As you can see from this slide, virtually every other council in Surrey, no matter who controls them, finds 1 ONS committee to be sufficient for their needs, as well as generally 1 planning committee. So we must ask ourselves, why does Waverley need 5 times as many committees devoted to overview and scrutiny as the other Surrey councils? Is it because our councillors are less intelligent and cannot cope with the work? I would suggest not. Are they less industrious? I don't think so. Does the executive need 5 times the scrutiny? Some of you may think that, but I would assert that whilst we may not be perfect, the conspicuous lack of adverse recommendations that have emanated from the ONS committees over the past 2 years would clearly support a reduction in their number, as this over-scrutinizing is just totally unnecessary. I remember Waverley having just 2, and they worked well, holding the then executive to account on numerous occasions. That may have been much to do with one of the chairs being a very determined lady who went on to become a member of the European Parliament. But it does demonstrate that quantity, not quality, is what is required. The changeover to 4 committees is another thing that seemed a good idea at the time, as it was hoped that the ONS would be more helpful in evolving policy. but that has not proved to be the case. There's been confusion over which committee should consider any particular item. And such things have been considered by more than one committee, with a consequent waste of portfolio holders' time and particularly officers' time. That could go down any time now, Fiona. Thank you. Having chaired the Housing ONS Committee, as well as the coordinating board, I recognise that housing is a very important part of our responsibilities. And so we are proposing that a Housing Landlord Services Board be established with a wider membership to consider aspects of housing that are not specifically executive functions. Additionally, we propose that 2 overview and scrutiny committees, corporate and community, consisting solely of councillors, should take on the more formal scrutiny arrangements. We hope that this will improve the focus and quality of scrutiny, which seems to have fallen away under the 4-committee system. In that regard, scrutiny of the Farnham Museum has straddled 2 ONS committees. The Public Space Protection Order has recently done much the same. And the SPD for housing, which was commented on earlier by the portfolio holder, has been through the scrutiny process, but is still subject to opposition amendments on fairly basic points, which the Overview and Scrutiny Committee should surely have picked up on. It just is not working at the moment, and it must improve. That's all I really want to say on the first 2 parts of this particular thing. Recommendation 3 proposes widening the scope of the Standards Committee to make it more relevant. And I don't really want to say too much more on this. It's well laid out on the council papers, and I'm sure other speakers may well feel worthy of more comment. Recommendation 4 is effectively a reintroduction of the ability of the executive to establish more small working groups, similar to the SIGs that used to exist, and I thought were very useful functions to facilitate efficient governance. This again, the details are clearly spelt out in the council papers. Recommendation 5 lays down a request for the Standards Committee to undertake a thorough review of the council's constitution to see if it needs amending or updating in order to ensure that it remains fit for purpose. This should be a regular exercise, rather like servicing a car. And so, now that council business is returning to something like normal, this seems a good time to make a start on it. I think that's all I want to say for the moment. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be delighted to hear what people have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Before I ask for speakers, could I just remind everyone that this is one item and you will have 4 minutes to speak on it and on any amendment that you wish to put forward, but that will not apply to each recommendation. It applies to the whole item because there is only one item. So just reminding you of that before there is a large outcry if I don't let you speak twice. Right, so do I have speakers? Councillor Follows.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. A lot to talk about in 4 minutes. So our considered evidence-based approach to decision-making, these are effectively the values that both the leader and I hold with great esteem and want to focus on here. And the leader makes a very, very clear point that we have a disproportionate number of committees compared to other local authorities. And although Councillor Ward stuck to Surrey, that picture is actually replicated across much of England. And when we incorporate much of England, we're actually talking about councils that are in fact majority controlled by the Conservative Party and a wide mixture of other councils. So we're not talking about any one party here particularly. And that was actually the point also reflected in Surrey itself. We are clearly out of kilter with authorities almost everywhere. And clearly it's not working. So if the items here on the agenda pass, we will of course still have twice as many committees, both for planning and scrutiny, as almost all of our Surrey peers. But actually, something I want to move beyond now is this fixation on the number of committees, because actually it's a bit of a red herring in the mix for every single item pretty much on this agenda. It's actually about the quality of decision making and particularly of scrutiny, the issues here of note. So I'll try and look at the detail now as quickly as I can. 2 planning committees has just simply worked during this pandemic period, and goes back to the quality of decisions. That previous system, let's remember, is a system that let such planning quality gems as Oxford Park and Milford Golf Course go through, as well as being excessive in terms of officers' time and amount of effort that has to go into actually running the committees. I'd also like to use this opportunity as well to remind all members that, of course, you don't have to be a member of a planning committee to represent your residents at a planning committee. And I myself have just recently stepped down as a full member of Easton to try and actually make this point myself, that you can call things in, you can speak, you can sometimes actually make a more constructive contribution without being held back as a member of the committee than if you're actually there. And sometimes I think many members do forget that. Moving on to ONS, we have seen many cases, and myself and other members of the executive, I'm sure we'll all have seen, have attended many sessions of ONS. And that's been made easier because of the remote abilities, by the way. And on several occasions, I've sat there and sort of felt like I've suffered pretty severe deja vu, because we've experienced the same item being said over and over again, often without any contextual differences whatsoever. In many cases, the same officers have been dragged in to speak on the same content. And at the end of it, nothing. No recommendations, no discussion really, just a lot of time served. And as Councillor Ward has made clear, often with things missed. So on a basic level, the ONS system isn't really working. And actually, just on an even more fundamental level, it was constituted to reflect a corporate strategy, which is now, I think, 2 or 3 iterations old. And just finally, on the last remaining matters, I'm sure Councillor Rosman will talk more about housing, but the general hope is here that the proposed change will be a genuine place to engage with our tenants about the issues that actually matter to them, as it's clearly one of the most important things that we do as a council. And executive working groups, I honestly and genuinely hope aren't a contentious matter at all. They'll just help us conduct policy investigation exercises better than we are now. A review of the Constitution in line with best practice observed elsewhere is both prudent and necessary. The document needs to be clearer and accessible in almost every meaning of the word accessible going forward. And finally, I'll just finish that these are actually, of course, items to agree in principle, at which point the Standards Committee will go away and work up the details and then bring it back. And so I urge members to support these recommendations in order to increase the quality of our decision making, to stop fixating upon the number of committees, to reflect upon the number of committees of those of our peers, not just in Surrey, but in England in general, and to remember why we're here, which is to serve our residents with quality decision making and quality scrutiny for the good of all of us. That's the intention here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, well, the Leader and Deputy Leader have just set out a very clear and stark message that the current 2-tier system isn't efficient and needs to change, and there are cost implementations in retention of the current system. Now, the current proposal of the 2 defined area committees will bring a streamlined sense of ownership and continuity, and it caters for all applications within their specific areas. In some ways, I think this is rather analogous to rugby in that they are squads of 23 members who train and are informed together. So 15 members are in play, and then they are supported by the 8 substitutes who are ready and waiting on the bench to come on. And I think 15 is a very satisfactory number on the current committees. It accommodates the political and local makeup, and is a very satisfactory number, particularly for the smaller parties. And in conclusion, I think this is a very worthwhile reform, which continues to provide good, robust area committees. Moving very swiftly to ONS, I think this reform would bring a much needed coordinated approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Mulliner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. a lot of this depends on your standpoint, and it's just a matter of fact that Councillor Ward and I don't see this from the same perspective. I'm not going to comment on planning, others will have their say on that. But on overview and scrutiny, I think we should reflect on the fact the last 2 years have been unusual. The previous 12 years, or certainly 10 of the previous 12 years, had an in-place Conservative administration which had a fairly consistent approach to policy. And overview and scrutiny, which was the old two committee system, was felt not to be working almost for the same reasons mentioned. And there was a very detailed review carried out in 2016 by the then Councillor Pat Frost, which took a lot of evidence, spoke to a lot of people, and came to the conclusion that if scrutiny was to work, I say in normal circumstances, then in fact having 4 committees allowed you to focus on individual areas. And there were items which were brought up and were focused upon. I can understand why Councillor Ward thinks the last 2 years have been remarkably quiet, but they have been very different from the previous 10. The first year was typified by the change of control and a large number of new faces. Nothing wrong with that at all, but you expect people to be taking a little time to get their feet under the table and become used to being on the council. And the second year, of course, has been hit by COVID. And so in many ways, criticising the administration is made much harder because they're clearly operating under such unusual circumstances, particularly on the financial front. So I think to look at the last 2 years as the reason for saying now we must change is a poor reason. When I look at the volume of paper provided to justify this change compared to what went on with the previous review, the difference is enormous. And the change to overview and scrutiny is just in paragraph 4.2, 7 small subparagraphs. No evidence is given for some of the assertions, such as major duplication. But I do look at the new corporate and community and see the same names used before 2017, I should say. And I don't see much change actually in the life of what is to be called corporate. It's very similar to the Value for Money committee that I sit on, and I sat on the corporate one before. But I see everything else going into community. I see housing, environment, and planning, and I do not see how that committee can possibly look at things with the degree of focus that it needs if it's got that much on the agenda. And this is a problem. Whenever you apparently economise on committees, you put more and more into fewer meetings, and that means you get poorer decisions, not better ones. I understand the comparison with other councils, but I don't think it really should be leading us here. We had a very serious review of overview and scrutiny 5 years ago. I think an equally serious one should be carried out now. And although I accept that this is an in-principle decision, for the reasons that I've given, I am not comfortable with it at all. I do not think that 2 committees on their own will be sufficient. I see corporate not changing much, but I see community being very overloaded indeed. I would have been interested to see in this paper examples of the duplication that Councillor Ward was so concerned about. Certainly, I'm not aware of much happening in Value for Money, which was duplicated elsewhere. So while I have listened carefully to what's been said and read the quite short paper, it was very easy to read it, it didn't have much in it, I am unable to support this particular proposition. And I would emphasise that I think it's a mistake to be misled by what you've seen in 2 rather unusual years as a template for the more normal times that we hope are returning soon. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mullingham. Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I couldn't agree more with Councillor Mulliner. I don't really know where to begin. I just think this is outrageous and totally and utterly undemocratic. I'm going to concentrate on planning matters. In a recent Facebook post, Councillor John Neal stated that the Waverley Borough Council executive under the Farnham residents had delivered a local plan. completely untrue, Councillor Neil. The previous Conservative administration delivered Local Plan Part 1 and further bequeathed a practically complete Local Plan Part 2 and a large strategic site complete with planning permission and garden village status. That is what this executive inherited from the previous administration. And the delay on both these issues has had a disastrous effect on the borough. I've just spent 6 days at the public inquiry for the Lower Webburn Lane development at Badshot Lee. Waverley was pulled apart by the appellant. We couldn't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and we showed no signs whatsoever of completing Local Plan Part 2 in a timely fashion. The appellant argued, as they always do, that if any part of a policy is out of date, then it is deemed that the whole policy is out of date. This executive is letting down the whole of this borough by is in danger. So what do? Do they sort out the leadership on this? Do they find a councillor who will drive through? Do they in fact learn how to govern, how to drive policy through? Of course they don't. They do what all weak administrations do. They tinker with the governance and try to silence the people that criticise it. The previous Conservative administration deliberately returned to the 4 area committees to enable local councillors across the borough to hone their planning skills and to provide a better service to their residents wherever they were. In the same Farnham resident Facebook post, Councillor Neil mentions, well, he talks about local control of planning, recognising the direct wishes of Farnham people, and stating that Farnham resident councillors will be fighting for local decision making. What better way to do that than to return to the 4 area committees rather than go for this changing to a permanent solution? There is no evidence, I haven't seen any evidence, that the current hybrid system has produced a more effective solution to planning. Most applications go through under delegated powers, but it is the subtle areas of difference that depend on local knowledge. I know Haslemere quite well, but I don't live and breathe it as I do Farnham. The distinctive character, the unusual topography, the street scene, all the local issues which only residents of a particular settlement can understand instinctively. The executive reminds me a little bit of the crew on the Titanic. With the out-of-date planning policy, we are going to hit the iceberg, and we're going to hit it very, very soon. So what are we doing? Oh yes, let's just shuffle the deck chairs on the deck. It'll look better, won't it? Shame on you, Farnham residents. Shame on all of you for letting down the residents of Farnham, but also the residents of the other boroughs by looking, I don't know, Waverley is unique. Look at what we do for Waverley. Serve our residents. I don't care what they do in Guildford or Elmbridge or Surrey Heath. I care. And I feel that we have let down, or the Farnham residents have let down their residents so soon and so comprehensively. I really am so angry about this. Sorry, Madam Mayor, I will finish now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Goodridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to speak on the overview and scrutiny situation. As I was on the council, as a lot of others were, when we had all the comprehensive reports from then Councillor Frost, it was a 52-page report with 21 recommendations, and I suspect not the majority of those currently on the council have never seen it, never read it, didn't see the arguments in it, which resulted in the 4 committees, 4 overview and scrutiny committees. And the importance was to the aim of Waverley in normal circumstances to ensure we have effective scrutiny of the executive and an effective overview. And incidentally, the Farnham residents, who were members of the council at the time, fully supported it. There's no good reason to drum down how we carry out O&S. It's not a good reason to say other councils have less, therefore we should become mediocre and not do the job properly. The executive clearly don't want to be scrutinised properly. The report, as mentioned by Councillor Mulliner, is extremely thin. On overview and scrutiny, it's all on page 131. As a member of the Housing Overview and Scrutiny, we have a good chairman, but despite that, to do the job properly, it still takes us at most of our meetings 2 to 2.5 hours to do the job properly. We also have task groups, have contributed to the design statement. In fact, we wrote it, the Housing Committee. The Housing Committee have done, the Housing Overview and Scrutiny Committee have done a jolly good job. But due to the lack of substance in the report, a lot of questions get raised. On the proposed Housing Landlord Services Board, how big is it proposed by the executive to be? And who's going to be on it who are not on overview and scrutiny? Who will the tenants panel be on that, as well as the housing or the proposed new community overview and scrutiny? Will there be overlap on the housing board and the proposed community community overview and scrutiny? The details of this are minuscule. And how is the Standards Committee in that situation meant to put together something that makes sense when everything is so vague and I would suggest premature? We really do need far more detail to work on to be able to decide whether what is being proposed is a good idea in principle or not. In my view, it is not. The changes to the Standards Committee, what else is being added to the brief? Training has always been included. We always recommend training. So it seems that the only thing that is going to be added to the Standards Committee brief is polling places review. Now, I'm concerned that there's potentially going to be a dispute between members of the executive and the Standards Committee as to who has to deal with what. And it's no good saying, oh, well, the Standards Committee will sort it out. And we've really got to envisage far more detail of what is being suggested that the Standards Committee should be dealing with. And the minimal information that we have is really fairly pathetic. I propose to vote against all the items except the 5th, as the Standards Committee should always be reviewing its constitution, and that I support is the right thing to do. But the rest I take as being premature, total lacks any substance or information. And it is something which has been cobbled together at short notice to try and beat the 6th of May deadline instead of doing the job properly. And I think if we are going to change committees of any sort, whether it be planning or overview and scrutiny, we should do so with proper process and proper information. And the information here is derisory. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Goodridge. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would speak on the planning aspects. As you say, at the moment we have 4 committees, plus the JCB. I'll come back to that later. But in fact, of course, 2 of those committees meet on the same night in each case. So in fact, what we have is 2 committees meeting in an evening. And the advantage of the splitting it is that only the residents who are interested in one committee need to sit through the whole thing. either the Farnham group in the Western, either the Farnham group or the ANOB and Hazelmere group. So that's the first point. The second point is that the same applies to the officers. Officers concentrate in particular areas and they get to know their areas quite well. So it's easy to talk to them about the issues that arise. And again, they only need to spend half the evening with the group that they work with. So there are in fact only 2 evenings in the month, if necessary, or more often, when in fact the committees sit. It's not that there are 4 committees on 4 different evenings, because that's not the case. So you might just as well continue as you are, because all that's happened, all you're suggesting is that we have the Hazelmere and ANOB group have to sit through and listen to all the Farnham activities, and then they have to sit through and listen to all the Hazelmere and ANOB interests, which in fact neither group is really interested in the other, so it's pointless. I'm not so familiar with Easton, but of course that has both Cranley and Godalming in it, so that actually is slightly different because there's more of a balance there. But in fact, the most development, of course, is in Cranley, so that's a different issue altogether. And they, of course, are in Guildford as well, which is completely different. But now you take the Joint Planning Committee, I mean, that is only really there for handling major industrial developments and major cross-Waverley developments. And to say that Dunsfold Park only affects the eastern side of the borough is rubbish. There's a complete transfer of vehicles, information, etc. between Dunsfold Park and the west. One of the problems is it's not catered for well enough, of course. But Dunsfold Park will affect the west as well as the east. That's the big. It's fair enough to say that perhaps only a few items should go to a JPC, but I mean the JPC is there specifically and represented by cross Waverley councillors, which seems fair enough to me. It's very popular with the residents because residents know they don't have to sit through the whole of the planning operation to have their particular interests covered. They can leave when their part has been dealt with. So it actually keeps the number of people in the council chamber at a lower level. So changing it is really just a retrograde step. In fact, the whole of these proposals, I think, is just democratic vandalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Else? We're not sure which else, but...
It's me, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jenny.
That's right. I'm worried. I'm extremely worried about quite a lot that I've had to listen to this evening, but I am in particular worried about this recommendation on our agenda for just one reason, because it appears to be a blatant demonstration of a complete lack of regard to good practice, as recommended by the Centre for Public Scrutiny, which is the Bible for local authority overview and scrutiny. And it's made clear by this organisation that any restructuring of ONS should be carried out by ONS itself with full consultation. We last had a review in 2016, as we've heard, and it was as a result of the executive asking ONS to form a working group to look at how things may be done better. This cross-party working group devised an extensive survey for members, interviewed the executive and members, and sought advice from the CPS. It was consultative, and we've heard a lot about that tonight as well, and member-led, open and transparent. It was extremely inclusive and presented to full council, as we've heard again, a 50-page report with 21 recommendations. This is what is considered to be good practice, as opposed to this current recommendation, which is almost presented as a fait accompli, to agree with the principle rather than any reference to a review. It'd be good to understand the rationale properly behind this decision to seek an alternative structure. Is it thought to be sluggish and ineffective? Well, I think we've heard that that's the case. But if that is the case, then is that about the skill sets of the committee members, and does it highlight a need for more training, perhaps? The only reason I've seen in writing is that there are now 2 more corporate priorities, which could surely be easily incorporated into the existing structure. Does that fact alone indicate a need for streamlining? I'm not sure. Or is this political posturing? Without more detail, it's hard, if not impossible, to tell. I'd just like to read you something which you might find interesting, said by the chair of ONS Coordinating Board in the first annual report in September 2018, after the restructuring. The new scrutiny arrangements, which came into effect in 2017, have now been implemented effectively with constructive recommendations stemming from various ONS committee meetings and scrutiny reviews. This work has been welcomed by the executive, and all formal recommendations have been accepted, demonstrating the value scrutiny has added to the work of the council. The smaller committees brought in under the new arrangement have provided more of an inclusive feel, allowing members to be more involved in the process of overview and scrutiny. This change in atmosphere has enabled members to contribute more effectively to discussion and has resulted in higher member engagement. And in the second annual report in May 2019, overall, the reorganisation of Waverley's ONS arrangements has continued to be successful and productive, with the committees not only scrutinising already made decisions, but actively overviewing the executive process pre-decision, often by in-depth reviews of important decisions. Colleagues, the author of both of these reports was Councillor John Ward. And I wonder what has changed in the last 2 years, apart from the administration, and what are they afraid of? I appeal to all members of all parties to consider carefully the dangers of allowing a decision such as this to be made in haste, without consultation, which is the bedrock of our democratic processes.
Councillor
Was that my time up?
Yes,
Okay.
it was.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Else. Councillor Seaborn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The papers before us with the proposal to permanently move to 2 planning committees have been presented totally without supporting data. I'd like to start by thanking the planning team for sharing some numerical data last week on the planning load over the past 5 years, since these data provide helpful context in the special circumstances that we find ourselves in relative to more normal times. I accept that we have to take some steps to define how we move forward when the current temporary arrangements for planning committees expire in 3 weeks' time. And as long as the number of applications coming to committee remains reduced, a continuation of the temporary 2 committee structure would seem reasonable. Although in spite of the leader's announcements in the press, I'm not sure that the assertion in our papers that the temporary arrangements are working well stands up to too much scrutiny. In my view, they're working adequately, no more. We are clearly in special times, and to propose that an arrangement designed for special times should be made permanent and applied if and when the committee workload returns to pre-COVID levels seems inappropriate and has a high risk of generating extra work for members and failing the residents that we serve. So accordingly, I would like to propose the following amendment to the first part of recommendation 1 of agenda item 13.3. And I've actually emailed this to the Mayor and to Fiona. So should you want to share that with members when I've read it out, it's available. So the proposed amendment is the temporary Western and Eastern Planning Committee arrangements first incorporated into the Constitution on 22 July 2020 by full council and extended on 20 October 2020 by full council, continue to operate on a temporary basis with the current terms of reference until such time as full council resolves to make any further changes to them. So that's what I'd like to propose, and I believe I have a seconder for this proposal.
I'll certainly second you, Councillor Seaborn. It's an excellent proposal.
Right, so.
Right, well, those who have put their hands up to speak to the main proposals, recommendations, please put their hands down so we can tell who wants to speak to the amendment. Right, so those speaking to the amendment, first I have is Stephen Mulliner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I thoroughly support this amendment. I didn't want to take up any of my 4 minutes. It's very unsatisfactory, in my view, that we're discussing something so important so late at night and that it's crammed together into one item, so we can only speak once on the entire thing. So I'm grateful to my colleague for this opportunity to say something about planning, which I also feel I know something about. Councillor Ward was right to go back as far as 2007, but if he goes back before 2003, there were area planning committees then, I understand. They were removed on the advice of officers by the Liberal Democrat administration from 2003 to 2007. I understood the reason was they were concerned about too many appeals, and if they removed the rights of local members to dominate committees, they felt there was more chance of applications being granted, and therefore there'd be fewer appeals to be lost. When the Conservatives returned in 2007, one of the first things they did, and which he generously said he supported, was to go back to four area planning committees. I do remember a comment made, actually, oddly enough, in the council size debate by Fiona Cameron about the burden on officers, and it's something I am aware of. And my particular concern is less, to be honest, about going down to 2 area planning committees, because I think the area principle really matters, and it is some sort of informal agreement that those from one part of a committee will respect or give weight to the comments of those from the relevant part of the committee. That would probably work. But what does concern me is the complete dismissal of Joint Planning Committee as a good committee. It's important to remember that JPC was there for a purpose. It was to deal with the very large applications, insofar as we call them large, over 25 dwellings, and it did give rise to the most tricky issues. And the fact that JPC approved 2 large applications, which obviously there was opposition from some of the current councillors, should be realised in the context we were in, and the local plan and what was expected of Waverley. And it's all very well complaining about government, but the fact is there's a national housing shortage and they're putting the burden fairly evenly across the country. Indeed, Waverley is probably less hard hit than some others for the moment. But joint planning was carrying out a very careful exercise and recognising the appeal risk. It's all very well to take what look like attractive decisions, but if you know perfectly well you're going to end up spending £50,000 on a lost appeal, it's not as sensible an idea. And we're being asked all the time to take a practical view of these things. So my opinion is that just to go down to 2 area committees with no thought to how you're going to handle the biggest applications is not the ideal method. I do feel that the current positions, I said in my earlier remarks, we are living in unusual times. It seems to me highly inappropriate to be making these sort of decisions based upon what is actually a distorted view of reality. And I think Councillor Seaborn is to be complimented for his assiduity in securing data, because basically, as he will show, we are currently going through a lull And when that lull finishes, you will end up with the old-fashioned problem, too many applications in one evening, leading to very poor scrutiny of them and poor planning decisions. And that is no way to serve our residents, because for better or for worse, they take planning matters very seriously in this particular borough. That is why I don't take much notice of what other boroughs do. Guildford and Waverley are very different in this respect. And I would therefore have to say I cannot support this proposal either. I do support the amendment, but the basic proposal I will not support. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mulliner. Councillor Seaborn, is your hand up?
Well, do I get, presumably having introduced the amendment, I can speak again. Do you want me to just wrap up after all other members have spoken? Or?
Yes, I would.
Right, in which case I'll put that down and you can invite me to speak at the end. Okay.
Thank you.
As a point of order, Madam Mayor, can you please put the amendment up on the screen for us? Because that was what would normally happen at any council meeting, I think.
Councillor Fiona, is that going to be possible?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it is now up on the screen. Thank you. Councillor Coburn. Councillor Coburn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, can you hear me? It's quite funny not sort of being able to see the normal screen. Yes, I mean, I really do support this. I'm grateful to Councillor Seaborn for putting this forward. I just think this is the wrong time to leap onto a recommendation for which we have absolutely no evidence. We know now we've got the added pressure, added more than even when I was defending Lower Webburn Lane, and that was pretty hairy. We've got the added pressure now of changed circumstances on Dunsfold Park. We are going to have huge speculative developments. Lower Webburn Lane, I just wish I had some magic powers to make sure that goes what I think is the correct way. But, you know, I am losing sleep over this, because at the moment, this borough has no defence against anything. And I think this is completely the wrong time to tinker with development management. I mean, what we should be doing here is getting development policy correct and at least protecting the borough. And so from my point of view, I'm with Councillor Seaborn all the way. Stick with the temporary committees. I don't think they work particularly well, but I haven't got any evidence either way. But at least, you know, it is something that we've got used to and is functioning, as Councillor Seaborn said, adequately. I do not think this is the time to start putting this sort of arrangement into some form of permanent situation until we know what we have got. This borough at the moment is going to hell in a handcart. Let's not beat about the bush. We are struggling. We are struggling in every appeal. We've struggled for 6 days at Lower Webburn Lane. The Heights is going to struggle in Hazelmere because we don't have the relevant planning policy documents. Please just leave the planning committees alone while we sort out planning policy, and at least give us half a chance to defend our green spaces. Because at the moment, all this authority is doing, this executive is delivering green spaces for developers. And believe you me, having heard Councillor Ward's statement tonight, even though everyone knew what he was going to say, the applications will be flooding in. So don't tinker, please, at this stage. Get it right, get the policy right, get the DM right, and then eventually we may have a bit of stability. But really, I am so grateful. I think this is completely the right amendment. Keep the temporary basis And then later on, when things have calmed down, when perhaps we've got some planning policy in place, we can then have a look at the committee structure. So I think this is a very good amendment, and I'm delighted. Thank you, Councillor Seaborn.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. I apologise, Councillor Follows. I seem to put you in the wrong order. So would you like to speak now, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I think probably that was a good thing, actually, because that means I get to respond to Councillor Coburn, which I always value. Yeah, let's just to deal with a couple of issues here. First off, I am obviously speaking against this amendment because I think it is completely contrary to the purpose of the original agenda item, so that's why I'm voting against it, this amendment. But let's go with some of the details. Councillor Coburn talks about a lack of planning policy. Well, let's just be blunt. We inherited a deficient local plan part 1 that you passed just before we came in the door, that it took you about 10 years to get to in the first place. So don't lecture us on absence of planning policy, all right, Councillor Coburn? Local plan part 2 should not have been near mine or John's desk at all. The only reason it is because you guys couldn't get your ducks in a row back in 2019 without putting one or other parts of the borough under a bus to deliver it. We've actually managed to square that particular circle, and you'll see that very soon. But actually, let's park all of that. All of it's completely irrelevant, really, because actually planning is just an elaborate trap set by government. I mean, we're all sitting here pretending that if we have a local opinion on something, it actually has any weight. We're saying that neighbourhood plans actually are listened to by government. All of it is complete nonsense. The government planning system is so broken that quite literally nothing we do at the local level in reality has any impact. And I can go straight to Councillor Mulliner's points on that. I mean, we just spoke for about 20 minutes about how much we value local opinions, but Councillor Mulliner talks about the risk of appeal and assessing whether we should be doing that. And of course, the planning system itself dictates how many applications actually go and what their likelihood that they will be overturned on appeal actually is. So we can sit here in this pleasant fantasy and pretend that local issues are actually something the government actually care about when it comes to planning, or we can just try and run the deficient system that we're in as efficiently and effectively as possible and lobby the government to actually do something real about planning. From that point of view, we want to try and make some changes to the committee system to try and make this actually a more efficient process, but also to keep it as local as possible so that we can hear those views. Because actually, really all we're doing is moving the chairs around the Titanic, as somebody said, because that's all the government's left us. And we should just not pretend that it's anything else, really. I mean, we're just fooling ourselves and fooling residents. But I absolutely can't sit here and say that there's a deficiency of planning policy. We're dealing with what we got given and doing the best we can with it as quickly as we possibly can, as I might add, in a pandemic. So obviously don't support this amendment because it completely nullifies the point of what was on the agenda and allows us to actually move forward with what we're trying to do here. So I'm sure we can have a lovely debate about planning policy, and I'm sure everybody here will do that. But unless the government changes its planning policy, it is completely moving chairs on the Titanic. So let's just go back to what we were talking about. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. Councillor Goodridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to support the amendment, which in effect defers a decision on this until we get to normal situation. It defers it when we have a far better idea on the number of planning applications we're likely to be dealing with, and therefore have a better idea of what is going to be best to serve the borough and to serve the local electorate. When you're making changes, when we made changes, we consulted with the local electorate of the borough, and this is going to override that. I suspect if you asked the man on the Farnham omnibus or even the Godalming omnibus or even Wannish if we had a bus, they would be wishing there to be more representation locally on planning issues. Most of my post bag is all on planning issues, even here in Wannish and Blackheath. We should not forget when the leader says glibly that the Eastern and Western is working a treat, that A, we're working on lower numbers of applications, and B, we're working on the basis that the officers have increased delegated powers. And presumably, although this is not made clear, or I suppose it's implied on this recommendation, that the increased officers' delegated powers would remain permanent. And I think that personally is undesirable. And therefore, I think it is far better that we get through the pandemic, we get to the situation where we are meeting in council, in the chamber, dealing with planning the way we always used to. Then we can see whether there needs to be changes or not. And I think I personally feel that it is premature to make the decision to go to 2 committees rather than 4 plus the joint planning. And therefore I support the recommendation, the amendment to the recommendation, which does allow us to deal with it at a later date rather than rushing it through again before the 6th of May without doing the job and the research properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodridge. Councillor Forushevsky.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I'm speaking to the amendment, and I'm speaking in support of the amendment because I think it is a sensible way forward at this moment in time. Councillor Goodridge has just used a word that I think is key right here, right now, and that it is premature. And it's premature for one reason only this evening. Given the leader's announcement about Dunsfold Park, I think that's going to send shockwaves through the borough. It's going to unnerve many. It's going to give opportunity to others. It's definitely going to cause a delay. There'll be all sorts of issues surrounding this that is going to cause absolute mayhem. So, and if we're looking at one of the biggest strategic sites in Waverley that need to have proper management, and this news now is going to cause a great deal of uncertainty. So I remember that the JPC was a very effective committee. It looked at the major applications and it dealt with them, very, very well, in my opinion. I would say there's educational issues there that have to be taken on board, and members really do have to understand all about the planning and what, and not bring emotion into it. And I know that we sat through many applications in Cranley and we watched one by one just tumble and fall. And it was absolutely heartbreaking. And at the end of the day, we got all the houses shoved down this part of the borough with no due respect to anybody or anything that anybody said. I would also say with regards to Dunsfold Park going forward, be careful what you wish for, because you might just get much more numbers on there. You might get a development that is more like a Milton Keynes of the future, dare I say it? Sorry, Milton Keynes. But they won't have the due care and respect that I think we had when it was in the hands as it currently is. So I welcome change. I think change is a great opportunity for us to reevaluate and look at best practice and how we can make things work better. I just think the timing now, with the announcement on top of it, is just not the right thing to do. I also would say, given the current climate, and I'm not going to say too much about this, but I think there's almost a great opportunity here as well when we look at Dunsfold Park and what potentially boroughs and counties can do. So I'll let you read in between the lines what I'm talking about there. But I think it's premature. I think we should be accepting the amendment because I think at this moment in time it's sensible. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Forushevsky. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. Very new to council and planning. Planning is full of frustrations. But one thing I did look at was the latest changes to the recent Knoll Lane development we passed at the latest planning committee. And I think the fact that the local ward members were invited to help, I mean, it wasn't ideal, but it was a darn sight better than what we had before. I think the weight of having a full double planning committee, for the sake of argument, actually helped get the developers to change their mind. I know the local ward members made all the movements and talked very well about it. But I think it was the fact that the committee came together, the whole of the Eastern Planning Committee voted it down in the situation it was. So planning is frustrating. There are so many holdbacks. We don't like things, but there's a good planning reason why we shouldn't oppose them. I don't see the difference. I mean, why do we have an amendment to something that says until changed by the full council, if they wish? It's wording, isn't it? It's temporary or it's permanent. It's only permanent till the full council changes it. So why bother with an amendment? Let's just go ahead and vote for it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I gladly supported all of the emergency measures when they were introduced, as I have this evening. And I'm a little disappointed that, if you like, some sort of Trojan horse is occurring here with the with this two planning approach. It was done for good reason with emergency measure, and now it's to become a proposition that should become permanent. And I think that's wrong. I don't think we've adequately thought this through. And so I welcome the amendment. It should continue to be a temporary arrangement. I would like to see a return to the 4 planning committee system plus the overall joint planning committee as swiftly as possible. And I don't support a 2 committee system. So I'm perfectly happy to continue temporarily until the end of the COVID arrangements, but then I would want to have much better justification for change than that which I've seen thus far this evening. And I will be supporting the amendment that it should continue to be temporary and not a permanent arrangement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't be supporting the amendment to the recommendation, and I don't think that sufficient arguments have been made to really say that this should carry on being in a temporary way. I mean, I am on the one of the planning committees. I've really seen it working really well. It's efficient. I don't see really any difference between the way it was working previously, except that we don't have to have so much officer time. Ward members can still come and speak on matters. You have still got people there who know about planning, and obviously newer councillors that they may take a while to get up to full speed, but training is offered, and they Eastern and Western, both of them I think works really well. I mean, to bring something about, we could get a deluge of applications. I see that no reason. I mean, we've had an announcement tonight about Dunsfold Park, but that doesn't mean that possibility that it could accelerate building on that site. So I don't see that really has got any reason to influence whether or not we've got an Eastern and a Western committee. And as Councillor Forazeski said, even with all the other committees that we had previously, we watched applications tumble and fall because actually, as Councillor Follows mentioned, we have very little control ultimately. The housing numbers are top down, given to us. We have to fulfil them. We can't change that. And also, as we all know here, we had, during the pandemic, 2 consultations on planning dumped on us by the government, which would fundamentally change the whole planning system and potentially introduce zoning. So, we are trying to allow the opportunity for councillors to speak, split geographically. You cannot ignore the fact that evidence of other councils that only have 1 or 2 planning committees, it is foolhardy to ignore all that evidence and come up with some reason that Waverley is special in some way. And what is special is that there are too many committees. So I think that this has been trialled. It's worked well. And it's time for it to be made into a permanent structure. There is no reason to keep going back. We have to evolve and go forward. And I tell you, My mailbox is never full of what them residents wanting more committees, but they might well, if I said to them that it would be cheaper to have only 2 committees rather than 5, I think most of them will go, well, go for it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, you're muted still.
I beg your pardon. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've heard 1 or 2 members talk about wanting higher member engagement. I've sat in the Western Planning Committee for a couple of years. I've also watched YouTube performances of the other committees, and I don't think member engagement is simply turning up, saying nothing, making a vote and go home. It simply isn't. So there is evidence. Just go to YouTube and watch them. I think quality has to win over quantity. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Hyman.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I do actually agree with a lot of the things that that points have been put forward in favour of the amendment, and I really don't see. I mean, if we're talking, if the administration's talking about a council which all the parties work together to come up with to accommodate each other nicely, I don't really see a great deal of problem with agreeing to the changing of wording, because there certainly are changes to come. I would really expect this to come before, well, possibly even environment overview and scrutiny, because their remit is planning, but certainly before the Standards Committee, before it came forward to full council. I'm not very happy with the idea, and I did indicate to speak on the substantive, so I hope I will be able to, so I don't want to cover everything under this, but I really do think there's quite a strong argument to just say, hey, well, what difference does it make? Let's look at the time of night. Why don't we just agree to this? Because I don't see any real harm in the in the amendment here. I certainly don't support everything that Conservative members have said, but nor do I support everything that the administration said. There are simple matters of fact which need correcting. We have got a lot of different, we certainly have control over planning decisions, which we have not taken advantage of. I mean, so I think there's a good reason for it. I really don't care whether I abstain or vote against this or in favour, but I don't see much difference. And I think that we could just be very kind and allow this this amendment to go through, so that we can demonstrate to our residents that actually we're not making these decisions off the cuff, that we are putting them through the right process. And you know, if someone's complaining, say, okay, do it your way, let's do it that way. It'll make very little difference over the next few months. Why can't we just agree with it and carry on with the debate on the other items? Because I don't think we're that far apart. I don't see the point in us arguing over it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As one of the 2 portfolio holders for planning, although I'm not responsible for planning operations, my overall concern is about the tremendous pressure that the planning department is always under. And although I normally respect a lot that Councillor Martin says, the idea of going back to 5 planning committees just fills me with horror. That the amount of extra effort and resource that the planning department would have to put into dealing with, you know, 5 chairmen, 5 deputy chairmen, 5 pre-meetings and so on and so forth, and attending, you know, 5 meetings in the evening and so on. It's just completely unnecessary. And I myself strongly believe that the two committee system is the right one. In terms of the argument that we should just allow this and leave the situation open, I think Councillor Wilson made the point that nothing is permanent. If after some considerable time this isn't working, the council can look at it again and change it. And all we're doing by we'd be doing by agreeing to this amendment is just creating uncertainty. We have a proposal here I personally think it's the right proposal, and we should stand by it. And that's my view on the matter. And the other thing I'll briefly comment on is that Councillor Follows and one or two others have made the point that, in fact, we're working in a tremendously difficult environment in planning. Although it's not the subject of this amendment, I'll just say very briefly, the government has largely destroyed the planning system by trying to run two horses at the same time, localism and draconian central control. And it's a draconian central control that's winning out. And they're going to take it further down that line, as Councillor Coburn well knows, that they're going to further reduce the impact of planning committees and the authority they have. So having 5 planning committees would be even more ludicrous in that situation. So I personally oppose this amendment, and I'll be voting against it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Councillor MacLeod. Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak on this amendment, but I'm minded to, because having sat through the 4 committee systems with the joint planning and then moving to the 2, I see some advantages, but I also see many disadvantages. And I mean, one of the benefits of the old system was we didn't have to have people to spend a long time talking about the location of masts for 4G and 5G within Godalming on some of the eastern planning. It's not that I'm complaining about that. I think there are differences between the different elements. And what appalls me about this is we've just had a scrutiny discussion tonight in council. We've had a scrutiny discussion in council because we've got some concerns. What Councillor Seaborne has put forward is say, look, we want to see evidence. We want to see a substantive paper for justifying making this permanent. We just don't want to be thrown at us as councillors to say, trust the executive, this is what's right, and we're going to put it forward. I raised this at the executive meeting, and I'm sure that Councillor Ward, if he remembers back to it, was of the opinion that there was not a lot of evidence or substance behind the proposal there. I'm sure that if this administration goes back and takes all the fine words that were put here tonight, they could form a paper. And I think what this amendment does is to basically say, we've got to look at this properly and we've got to go forward. The current system may not be working as well as we think. The alternative of 4 committees, well, certainly the alternative of the 4 committees benefited the rural part. Now, remember that a third of Waverley is rural. A lot of the discussions and a lot of the in-detail discussions talk about the elements of Farnham, which are very appropriate to the Farnham people. We've got a different set of problems when you're looking at certain conversions, some issues associated with agriculture, with equestrian works that are in the rural areas. So please, from my point of view, you haven't got the evidence. We're not stopping you continuing with 2 planning committees. What we're saying is just commit to this council to have a proper review with proper papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Councillor Knowles.
Councillor, Madam Mayor, can I just come back on a point of clarification?
Do you need to do it now, or can we wait until Councillor
Well,
Knowles
I think
is
so,
spoken?
because it followed on from what Councillor MacLeod said. He misled council. We didn't have 5 different chairmen. The chairman and vice chairman chaired the 2 committees, Southern and Western, and then Eastern and Central. So we didn't actually have 5 committee chairmen. That's not true under the old system. I just wanted to clarify that. The officers did not have to deal with 5 separate chairmen and 5 separate deputy chairmen. We chaired and vice chaired 2 committees. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Right, thank you, Councillor Coburn. Councillor Knowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak at any length or at all, in fact, on the amendment. But there were two items which have come up, which kind of let the cat out of the bag. Councillor Townsend said that it was the
if we put to the residents the cost. So now it looks as if this is cost driven rather than representative driven. And likewise, Councillor MacLeod said the officer time, and did in fact say there were 5 chairmen, which clearly there weren't. There are probably only 2 because they were either the chair or the vice chair of the area committees that chaired the joint. So there were only 2 of each. But officer time. So it appears something else behind this is making sure the officers are happy rather than looking after the interests of our residents, which does concern me somewhat. And of course, you won't save any officer time because if there's 100 going to the 2 area committees that sit together, or the 4, there'll still be 100 going to the 2 new ones. So the same amount of time and the same amount of officer work will be required, unless a hidden agenda is to delegate nearly everything. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knowles. Councillor MacLeod, did you wish to come back?
Just very briefly, I accept Councillor Coburn's admonition. She's correct. I had forgotten that. So I apologise. I wasn't deliberately misleading the council. But nevertheless, there was still, the officers still had to deal with the same chairman on 2 separate committees, and there had to be pre-meetings, as I remember, with each of the committee meetings. But I accept I was wrong and apologise for that, and I'm happy to be corrected by Councillor Coburn. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacLeod. I think that Councillor Seaborn, would you like to wrap up on this, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I hope that other members of this council have taken the trouble to compare the number of planning applications that came to committee pre-COVID with a significantly reduced number over the past council year. In the council year 2016 to 17, over 160 applications were determined by committee. Over the 10 months of the 2020 to 2021 council year, when we have actually been able to hold planning committee meetings, only 72 items were determined, even though the number of valid applications didn't actually significantly decrease. So if the number of call-ins returns to the pre-COVID levels, then there will be some significant consequences to the effectiveness of our planning committees if 2 committees remain the norm. Firstly, either the number of meetings required to cover a return to pre-COVID numbers of called-in applications will have to increase, or we're going to have to be subjected to some mighty long meetings. In either case, the workload to the members of those committees is likely to increase significantly. And secondly, I doubt if I'm alone in observing that the quality and quantity of debate deteriorates the further a committee gets into a planning meeting. The first item will usually be debated rigorously and at length. By the time a 4th or 5th item is reached in the 3rd hour of a meeting, the level of members' concentration has reduced and the amount of debate decreases. Is this fair on our applicants? I think not. So I'll happily support an extension to the current 2 committee arrangement for as long as COVID is impacting the planning process as it is at the moment. But thereafter, the committee structure should be designed to best serve our levels of business. There is no need for the word permanent in the recommendation, and I believe that the proposed amendments allows business to continue without the implication that an arrangement designed for special circumstances is going to be the right arrangement for whatever the new normal looks like. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Seaborn. Now, can I remind members that when we come to a vote on this, you're voting for the amendment?
Madam Mayor, I believe I'm allowed to say the last word on this one.
Oh, okay. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've tried hard for quite a lot of the council, and I was going to try quite hard tonight not to mention political parties and Conservatives. However, every single person that has spoken against this amendment has been a Conservative. And I must confess, I have to congratulate the Tory party on the way they've organised their troops into the attack. with each one popping up with their own little bit that they want to go on. And I have to say I am not surprised that an amendment came along so that they could all speak effectively twice about exactly the same thing. I am, again, not surprised that people are drawing attention to the fact that long meetings tend to end up with poorer decisions towards the end. But perhaps people should have thought about that when they constantly repeated what the previous person had said much earlier on. I will go back to the basic question. Nobody has answered the question, why does Waverley need so many committees? We've had huge emotion, screeches about it being undemocratic, without a single person explaining to me why it's undemocratic or what is undemocratic. We've had great pleas that LPP2 is delayed and it's all our fault. I sat through the original Conservative, I have to start saying it, presentations to the inspector. When he sat there and even with a stutter managed to say, I am speechless. The presentation from the Conservatives about that was so bad that it was laughable. And here we are blaming the Farnham residents and the Liberal Democrats for trying to pick up the pieces of the rubbish that they've handed on to us. Please, please. The obsession with size is weird. We need 5 committees. Why do we need 5 committees? Oh, it doesn't matter what everybody else in the world's doing. Little Freddie's in step. The whole of the rest of the army's out of step. It's absolutely bunkum. And the obsession with size goes to the size of reports. Oh, we had 52 pages, so it must be jolly good. I'd prefer 3 pages that said something. Anyway, on this, someone said, what's the difference? Why are we debating it and why don't we give in to this amendment? I would turn it round a little, say, what's the difference? So why has this amendment come forward in the first place? It's a complete waste of time. It just lets people have 2 goes at the cherry. Nothing in life is permanent. Things get changed when people change their minds. This is a waste of time. I am totally against it and I will be voting against it, and I would urge everybody to vote against what is basically a Conservative Party grandstand. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Ward. Can we now move to a vote? Robin, are you able to do a roll call?
Madam Mayor, thank you. So councillors, when I call your name, please confirm whether you wish to vote for, against or to abstain. Brian Adams.
For.
Christine Baker.
Against.
David Beeman.
Against.
Shin. Councillor Blishin.
Against.
Peter Clark.
Against.
Carol Coburn.
Sorry, for.
Richard Cole.
Against.
Steve Cosser.
For.
Martin Darcy.
Against.
Jerome Davidson.
Against.
Kevin Denis.
For.
Sally Dixon.
Against.
Brian Edmonds.
Against.
Patricia Ellis.
For.
David Else.
For.
Jenny Else.
For.
Paul Follows.
Against.
Mary Frojewski.
For.
Maxine Gale.
Against.
Michael Goodridge.
For.
John Gray.
4.
Val Henry.
4.
Chris Howard.
4.
Daniel Hunt.
Against.
Jerry Hyman.
Don't care. Abstain.
Peter Isherwood.
4.
Anna James.
4.
Jackie.
Against.
Robert Knowles.
4.
Andy MacLeod.
Against.
Penny Marriott.
Against.
Peter Marriott.
Against.
Michaela Martin.
Against.
Peter Martin. Peter Martin.
Sorry, 4.
Thank you. Mark Merriweather.
Against.
Kika Miriles.
Against.
Stephen Mulliner.
4.
John Neal.
Against.
Peter Nicholson.
Against.
Nick Palmer.
Again.
Julia Potts.
Against.
Ruth Reid. Ruth Reid, I can see you, so if you're able to indicate if you or unmute.
Against.
Against, thank you. Paul Rivers.
Against.
Penny Rivers.
Against.
John Rubini.
Against.
Anne-Marie Rosamond.
Against.
Trevor Sadler.
4.
Richard Seaborn.
4.
Liz Townsend.
Against.
John Ward.
Against.
Michaela Wicks. Councillor Wicks. Okay, I'll come back. Steve Williams.
Against.
George Wilson.
Against.
And is there a vote from Michaela Wicks, please? Okay, in the absence of Councillor Wicks' vote, that is 19 in favour, 32 against and 1 abstention.
Right, thank you. Would you like to give the numbers?
Yep. Madam Mayor, it's 19 in favour, 32 against, 1 abstention, and so the amendment is lost.
Right, the amendment is lost. We now need to go back to the substantive. Could I remind you that if you have already spoken on the substantive, you cannot speak again now. So we've got as far as Councillor Townsend, I think.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I have said most of my points when we were talking about the amendment, to be honest. However, I would just like to say a couple of points. I think the opportunities that this new governance structure proposes are really exciting. And I remember some time ago that members spoke about the SIGs and how good they were. And I think that the opportunities of having executive working groups will be a really, really good proposal, and will allow executive to use expertise from across the council and across parties to develop policy. And I think that's a really exciting opportunity, and I think it's something that all members should really look on as a positive move and something that should be welcomed. I do seem to remember when we had the original consultation on the different ONS committees back in the day before the 52-page report was produced. And I seem to remember that there was a discussion surrounding the number of scrutiny committees then, and that 4 was considered to be quite a large number then. And I think, you know, we have a responsibility to try and evolve and make things better and more efficient potentially, but also to make scrutiny have more teeth, really. As was mentioned earlier by another speaker, and I'm terribly sorry, it's quite a long time ago and I can't remember who it was, but they said there hasn't been a single recommendation back from scrutiny. And also the coordinating board, nothing has come back from them at all either. And I think despite the fact that we may have had a consultation, that some members, you know, felt that that was a really good consultation, the actual the running of the committees and actually how it functions in reality has not proved to be as perhaps as hoped. So the time has come to change, to make it so that scrutiny, it has, as I said, got more teeth and really does a really good job, and make sure that, you know, it does hold the executive to account, and that there is a two-way dialogue, which really I don't feel that there is at the moment. So I will be supporting the changes to the scheme. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Rosman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to reiterate Councillor Townsend's comments. I'm really proud to be a portfolio holder for housing, and it's important that we engage with our residents, and having the tenants panel and the members of the tenants panel is vitally important, because we need to listen to our customers. Please, can we stop referring to history? We need to look forward. We need to have an opportunity to change. We can't just continue because it's the way of the past. Councillor Mulliner commented about getting your feet under the table. I've spent a lot of time and effort and hours and hours and hours speaking to residents and officers in an effort to understand my portfolio. And attending a number of ONS committees, there has been an awful lot of repetition, in particular with regard to strategies. Councillor Coburn, sorry, your response was, you actually said we were delaying LPP 2 when it was your council, your administration, that chose to postpone it. You also said the executive are a weak administration, in your opinion. With respect, the 2019 elections showed what the electorate thought of the previous administration. And again, you referred to the Titanic crew and the iceberg. With reference to that, if you look forward, not back, you would have seen it coming. So it's really important to look forward. Members need to be reminded that Waverley Borough Council is not sui generis. We are not unique, therefore we need to look around us to see what's important. Councillor Ellis, you said that it was not political posturing, it's more about entrenched positions and being willing to change. Referring to previous reports based on one-party dominance is not realistic. And Councillor Coburn, you said we're going to hell in a handcart. No, it's down to government planning policy and the planning inspectorate, not Waverley Borough Council. Be angry with your own party. Just look at Robert Jenrick and Richard Desmond and the West Ferry case. What residents want is engagement. It doesn't matter the number of committees, it's the commitment of the councillors that's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rosamond. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to speak concerning the Overview and Scrutiny Committees, if I may. The last Conservative administration, with a very large majority, actually increased the level of scrutiny, taking the number of committees up, as we've heard, from 2 to 4, after very considerable deliberation. This administration, with a much smaller majority, are decreasing scrutiny, in my view, with this proposition, taking the number of scrutiny committees down to 2 after very little deliberation. I think it's all being done in a rather peremptory manner. Councillor Townsend mentioned that nothing was coming from the coordinating board. I was the chairman of that coordinating board. We were not even advised that this proposition was to come to the executive. So we had no opportunity to consider it. And I think that was wrong. I'm not satisfied that we've had a proper cross-party view or review on this, and that in striking contrast to what happened 4 or 5 years ago. I have to say, I find it amazing also that we should commence discussion on this important matter some 3.5 hours into a full council, and that it's all been put together, that the planning committee proposals and the Overview and Scrutiny Committee proposals and proposals on the General Purposes Committee and so on and so forth should all be put together in one item, so that decisions are put together in one big block, and the level of discussion that we have on inadequate papers is much reduced. I just feel that this is a retrograde step. I think it's inadequately researched, inadequately consulted upon, and I certainly don't think it's a very good advert for the council's declared vision of open, democratic and participative government. So I would urge the council to reject the first 4 recommendations, although I will be in support of the 5th recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Lady Mayor. I would like to talk about the ONS committees, which I feel are very difficult. I'm fairly new to the council. I must have been to maybe a dozen ONS committees in total. I think there's several things that happen. One, they tend to be spaced 3 months apart, which makes keeping a sequence of events in a story in your head quite difficult. We tend to be faced with quite small questions to discuss. We're not looking at the big issue, we're looking at whether or not it's red or blue. We tend to have the issue whereby, yes, we're limited to speak to a maximum of 4 minutes, but some of our members don't seem to be able to speak for anything less than 4 minutes. And we then get meetings whereby meetings are dominated by people who are speaking for their obligatory 4 minutes over and over again. And also we get this situation exactly as described earlier, where one item can take up like an hour and a half, and then there's 4 more items to go. I'm going to suggest that we look at some sort of meeting management situation where if there are 4 items on the agenda, they be given equal time, and where we have people who are going to speak that this 4 minute rule is reviewed, as opposed to be like a total amount of minutes per meeting, as opposed to 4 meetings, 4 minutes every time. That's my feelings on the ONS committees. But I would like to ask you, Lady Mayor, we are, I understand, in a run-up to election. So was it correct for Councillor Coburn to criticise another political party so loudly earlier this evening? And as a second part to my question, I understand that Councillor Coburn has a lot more experience than myself. In fact, she has been on this Waverley and Farnham Town Council for many, many more years than me. So I understand she probably was around when possibly the Richmond Theatre was closed and when the Brightwells development was put in place And possibly also she's watched for 7 years Wilmer House bricks disintegrating. So I'm not sure how she can be so critical of another political party that's only recently come about. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Denis.
Madam Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm the chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee Wellbeing. This is a mix of councillors geographically and from different political backgrounds. But despite what's been said tonight, I'm grateful for their hard work and commitment and the value they have been bringing to the meeting. The group has fulfilled its scrutiny function. It's identified potential issues in terms of finances, decision-making processes, and reputational damage potential. I mean, a good example of this is the Farnham Museum, which was raised earlier, which is very important to the local community, and rightly so. I mean, these discussions have been tense, they've been feisty. Well, I think that's the price you pay to be transparent and if you're going to truly scrutinise. Each meeting has been really full and it's been challenging to keep the agenda to under 2 hours. And what my concerns are, the proposal will reduce the committees to 2, effectively halving the meeting capacity. And I'm not sure how this structure will allow one committee to do basically the work of 2. And I think what will happen will be items such as the Farnham Museum will drop off the radar, or any debate will be minimal due to time constraints. Now, I became a councillor to represent the residents of Waverley. I can't support any recommendations which, in my view, reduces the ability of all councillors, irrespective of their party colours, to be open, transparent and democratic. I don't think this is good for the residents. I don't think this is good for Waverley. I have yet to see any documentation which outlines the reasons for the proposals. There is no evidence how, if at all, this will improve scrutiny. And I think it's the same as Councillor Martin, as the chair of the ONS Community Wellbeing, I haven't been asked for my views and I haven't really read any information or research or evidence to justify the recommendation. And I'll be grateful if I could be provided with this research so I can look at the cost analysis, what options were considered for me and others to consider. I won't speak on the other items such as the planning because I think that's been probably done to death at the moment. But I would urge members to do what's right for Waverley. And Councillor Rosamond said something under item 10, which I thought was absolutely spot on. It said, consultation is the key to democracy. And I absolutely agree with that. But it hasn't happened this occasion because before tonight, none of us have been consulted and none of the papers actually give us the evidence or audit trail for this. Just one final point, and which is about recommendation 4, which is about the working groups. Our ONS are currently looking at SLA of organisations that receive grants. It's looking at the process rather than who gets the money, but it's to ensure we get value for money. It appears that this scrutiny and overview process would not take place. When we talk about executive groups, well, what does that mean? How will they work? What role will they have? Again, I have absolutely no knowledge on how these will work. And it almost seems like we'll have to work it out as we go along. I just wish we'd had a proper consultation and a proper paper. And I think that would have, well, I think I would have been dead about an hour and a half ago. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Denis. Councillor Hyman.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Yes, thanks. I would like to take issue with what Councillor Peter Martin said about it having gone on 3.5 hours, because to me, 11 and a quarter take off 6 where we started is 5 and a quarter, which is quite a big number. But anyway, I understand the politicking with the Surrey County elections looming. I'm going to try to be apolitical as far as possible in responding to some of the things that have been said. If we're going to serve our residents with quality decision making, as Councillor Follows said earlier, then I really think, you know, some of the things which have been said about this, we ought to take this to overview and scrutiny. We ought to take it to standards before it comes to council. I only have to agree with those. I spoke on these issues at the executive on page 122 at minute 99.1, so I won't repeat what I said there. But I do have a concern with when I get recommendations. I see it in meetings from other organisations where people, particularly Surrey, where people are asking for agreement in principle with something without debating it properly and without looking at all the evidence and the facts behind it. And when you've made a decision in principle, there are always a group of people who will come back and say, well, you agreed to this, so you can't go back on that. Well, you know, there's a great deal of danger in agreeing something in principle when you haven't looked at any of the evidence behind it or the details. So I really can't be in favour of the way that this is being addressed. I do share many of the concerns of Councillor Mulliner and Councillor Seaborn and Councillor Coburn's criticism about an hour and a half ago. I'm not sure where she gets the idea that Farnham residents have let down the residents. I mean, when you think of Brightwells and other things that we've got to try and sort out, and of course also when you look at, for instance, the appeal for 9 Brambleton Avenue, where intervention made the difference on issues which we have power. I do think it's much better, as Councillor Goodridge said, for the executive to be provided to provide standards with their wishes, because otherwise this will go backwards and forwards between the executive and standards. If we simply don't know what will satisfy the executive and the majority on the council, otherwise, it could take forever to come up with what the executive are looking to do. There are problems with hybrids. We were discussing the governance issues when we first had the change of administration in 2019 and had a couple of meetings, and nothing since, and all of a sudden it's in front of us with completely different ideas to what we were talking about then. I do find this difficult. As far as exec working groups are concerned, back in 2017, when the Farnham residents managed to get the chairmanship of the ONS committees, which was a very good thing for the council. I think when we did, we got air quality onto the agenda as the first thing to do, with Conservative and all-round support. But as soon as it became obvious that they didn't want us to be scrutinising it properly, the executive created an executive group, the Air Quality Steering Group, to take it over. And that did stop really all of the proper and advantageous overview and scrutiny that we'd managed to bring to it. So and now we learn from the papers that probably they had absolutely no constitutional right to do that. I don't know why perhaps we shouldn't be asking having an executive working group on the Constitution. That would seem to make sense. It's not true what Councillor Coburn says and even Councillor Townsend in response of having no defence against anything and struggling.
Could you wrap up, please?
Absolutely. As far as I'm concerned, we don't have any of these problems if we abide by the legislation which we've got, which protects us, and it's time we face up to it. We've got the MPPG, which says that competent authorities must now assess the robustness of mitigation measures. People need to face up to it, and then all our problems are solved, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hyman. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I said some of the things I would want to say about planning under the amendment, and so I'd like to say a little bit more this time about the ONS committees. But before I do, actually, I'll take my life in my hands by referring again to a couple of things that Councillor Coburn said. She said something along the lines that we had been handed Dunsfold on a plate. What we should have been handed on a plate in terms of Dunsfold was a half-completed project that had been largely built. Dunsfold, Councillor Coburn and I worked together many, many years ago, long before I was a councillor, to try and persuade Waverley to get on with Dunsfold. And they dithered and nothing's happened. And it's Jim McAllister's opinion that Dunsfold should have been brought forward and built many years ago. So I don't accept we've been handed anything on a plate. What we should have been handed is something that was well underway and already happening. And much the same, I think Councillor Follows and Councillor Ward have said some of what I would say about the local plan. The local plan is many, many years delayed and had a couple of abortive attempts. And I was actually at the planning, the hearing that Councillor Ward referred to, where the planning inspector threw out the thing on the first day. In fact, before lunch, he said, I'll go on for the rest of the day just to be polite. So we've not been handed a local plan on a plate, and there was a great deal of disagreement within the Conservative Party about the local plan that's been half-handed to us. But moving on to the ONS committees, I'd like to say something about that as well. That I do think ONS committees are important, and I was a chairman of the community ONS when the Conservatives were in power, and I'll give credit to the Conservatives for actually allowing the opposition setting up the opposition chaired it. That doesn't happen at Surrey. The Conservatives there insist on chairing the committees themselves. But the frustrating thing about the ONS committee, although the committee got on very well together, and I got on very well with Liz Wheatley, the vice chairman, it was pretty ineffective in that no recommendations that we made to the executive were ever taken much notice of. I used to listen to executive meetings, and there was never any reference to anything that come forward from our committee. The one thing that was effective was the task and finish groups. We had a very good scrutiny officer, a chap called, if I remember his name correctly, Alex Sargison, and he recommended us to do our task and finish groups on health inequalities. And that was a very effective thing. We brought in a lot of expert advice. We had quite a few meetings, and the subgroup who worked on it took it very seriously. And the council adopted the recommendations of that task and finish group. So that was effective. And I have to say the same sort of thing happened at Surrey. The committee I'm on there, they call them select committees. I'm one of the vice chairman of the Communities, Environment and Highways Committee there. And there was a subcommittee set up, which I happened to chair, in relation to climate change issues. And the recommendations of that committee were taken on by the Cabinet. But again, they totally ignore any other recommendations we make to them from the general meetings of the Select Committee. It is largely a waste of time, and it's not taken notice of. The meetings are good. You know, we take good evidence from the officers. Everybody enjoys them, and important things are said, but nothing much happens as a result. So that's my view on ONS committees. They need to be made more effective. The executives or the cabinets need to take more notice of them, and the task and finish groups is where you can really make an impact on council policy. And so that's my view on it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor MacLeod. Councillor Merriweather.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be quick. I'm not going to repeat all the things that I agree with that have been made by my colleagues. There's just one thing that Councillor Coburn referred to, which was the Lower Webburn Lane appeal, which I also sat through. And I just want to record the work that Councillor Coburn and Cliff Watts from the local association did, because they spoke very well at the appeal, and that should be credited. But there's been a lot of frustration, there's a lot of anger expressed this evening on planning matters. And what struck me at the Lower Webburn Lane appeal was effectively the embarrassment, almost apologetic attitude of the developer's barrister at times, because the system is so loaded towards developers and so unfit for purpose. We're not a local planning authority, we're just a branch of the executive, in my view. And so we so I understand a lot of the anger and a lot of the frustration. I just think it's misdirected. It should be directed where it belongs, and that's at central government.
Have you finished, Councillor Merriweather? Yeah.
Yes, I have. Sorry, was that too quick? I don't believe that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Merriweather. Councillor Williams.
And I'll be very quick too, Madam Mayor. And I was not intending to speak until I heard Councillor Dinas really criticising the lack of research that's been undertaken prior to the governance changes which we are referring to this evening. There has been a considerable amount of research undertaken. As Councillor Hyman pointed out, it was not long after the new administration was elected, where we felt that the whole governance structure of the council needed to be looked at, and a cross-party group of councillors examined a range of research evidence pertaining to what happens elsewhere. And the problem with councillors who have been in the same council for many, many years is that you do tend to get a bit stuck in your ways, and you don't tend to see what is happening elsewhere that may actually be better than what you're doing in your own patch. And so we did look at the different models of governance. There's lots of disagreement amongst the members of the administration groups, but that's what we do. We debate, we discuss things. And the one thing that I think is fairly clear is that we have now an executive model of governance. I'm not particularly keen on that as a model of governance, but the two things that a strong executive model of governance needs, one is effective scrutiny, holding the executive to account effectively. And the second is the empowerment of backbench councillors by positive engagement in a policy making agenda. And actually, what we had before did neither of those things. What we are proposing here in terms of effective scrutiny, the overview and scrutiny committees were not doing an effective job. I saw enough of that in my 2 years of working. They are not effectively holding the executive to account. And so I believe that the reduction in the number of overview and scrutiny committees to 2 will help to secure that rigorous holding to account of the executive. And what we will also be achieving through the executive working groups is that for a further objective, which I think is crucially important within our current model of governance, which is the empowerment of backbench councillors in a positive policy-making agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Potts.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much. I shall not be supporting the first 4 recommendations on this particular item tonight. And my real concern here is the complete lack of evidence. This is a rushed item. I understand that we have a relatively new administration and a lot of relatively new councillors, and I think that's really a good thing. And I can understand that they would want to look at changes. We all do. It's human nature. But change for change's sake, change because it's going to save some money, it's going to save officer time, isn't the right reason. And we need to be thinking about what is the right reason. The previous changes that were made when we reviewed the committees back in 2016 and 17 took a significant amount of time, and there was a reason for that. They wanted to look at the makeup, the evidence, how things worked, and what best practice would look like. So what I'm saying tonight is, please do not rush this. There's talk about ONS needing to be more effective, empowerment of backbenchers, and yet so many backbenchers are being alienated right now because we haven't seen proper evidence. We've seen very brief reports, and that in itself isn't helpful. It's not inclusive. The coordinating board were not involved. It wasn't a cross-party discussion. We need to take a step back and actually stop and think and not rush this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. Councillor Forashevsky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's very late and I will be brief, and I'm one of these people, like many of us, will be going up to work in the morning. I'm quite astonished, quite frankly. I feel that there's been a bit of a misuse of proper procedure here, almost an abuse of democracy. I have to say as well, and forgive me, but I'm going to have to say it, there's a tone this evening that it's a bit distasteful. And much of that, and I dare say it, I'll probably get my hands slapped for it, but coming from the leader, a lot of the frustration and annoyance is quite apparent. Making remarks with regards to the Conservatives all being voted one way, well, you know, I get your point, but I've not heard any of the opposition voting the other way either. So, you know, let's look at that. You also talked about we haven't done this and we haven't done that and we've got no answers to this. But nor have you. You've not come up with the substance, or you've not come up with what is needed for us tonight to make those decisions. We've also talked about there being a considerable amount of research. Where is it? You know, as a backbencher, I can honestly tell you the way I feel right now is I feel bombarded with recommendations that I feel are forced upon me. They're rushed through, and you're asking us to look at an item that's extremely important at this late hour, and you're asking to put all those recommendations under one item, only allowing 4 minutes. That's neither fair or clever or democratic or anything else, other than feels like a real need to rush this through. And I don't understand why you want it. And I'm one who actually embraces change and who thinks that I'm not stuck in my ways. I've been here a long time, admittedly, but I like to think that I've changed with the times, and I do think change is important, but not like this. It's not what you're doing, it's how you're doing it. You're not giving me the opportunity to feel comfortable or making an informed choice about it. So, you know, as this administration has not had the time or the experience, whichever way you look at it, to actually produce something on this scale which has substance right here and right now. And as I repeat myself, and so what, you know, if there is a little bit of duplication or if there is a doubling up here, there and everywhere, surely proper and full scrutiny is far more important than spreading yourself so thin. You're missing things and things go under the radar. So I just ask for the tone to be a little bit more uplifting, a little less critical. Let's agree to disagree, because that is what democracy is all about. And I haven't felt like that this evening. In fact, I'm leaving this meeting feeling really quite low and disappointed, and as a backbencher, my contribution, quite frankly, worthless. So thank you, Madam Chairman, once again for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Forashevsky. Councillor Knowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very, very brief now. And I have to say, I agree with Councillor Merriweather. We're not really a planning authority. We're just the whipping boy for the government policy. In my time, it hasn't changed under Labour government, a Conservative, Liberal, Democrat government, or a Conservative. So it seems not to matter. We still have the same job. Councillor Williams did mention looking elsewhere, and I don't think that was in some of the figures that were put up what we weren't told. And for those of you that live in the south and get the south of England television, the big debate over the Southampton airport went to the committee of Eastleigh Borough Council, which rejected it, but it's then referred to full council that voted the other way. And prior to 2007, that happened here. It still could be referred back to full council as a safety measure where they only have the 1 or 2 committees. And that seems to have been kept away from us. And the other thing, can I just say to the administration, if this goes through, as I'm sure it will, look carefully at the boundaries. Some years ago, Dunsfold, half of Chiddingfold, Dunsfold was moved to the east from the south because that's where it was more relevant. The boundaries are, you know, just set by the Boundary Commission, who have no interest whatsoever in democracy. All they do is balance numbers. And the balanced numbers, there are houses in Greyswood that are in Elstead Ward, and at the other end of the road in Greyswood are in Chiddingfold Ward. And I've been contacted only this week by people objecting to a IT mask in Greyswood. And surprise, surprise, it's in Elstead Ward. despite it's part of Hazelmere, Hazelmere councillors will get no input whatsoever. So can I just ask you that you look at the boundaries on the planning areas? I don't see that they necessarily have to follow what's just been set for convenience by the Boundary Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knowles. Councillor Denis, you have already spoken. Is this a point of information?
Yes, I would just have Councillor Williams mentioned there's lots of evidence available for the overview and scrutiny's decision or recommendation. My request is, can he provide that information so I can review it? And I'm sure my colleagues will as well. If that information is available, then it should be made available to us as councillors, because he said they want backbench empowerment. Well, you can only get that if you actually empower people with information. So I would like the executive to confirm they will provide the information that Councillor Williams has mentioned. Thank you for letting me come back and make that request.
Thank you, Councillor Denis. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make some very general points. First of all, I am as far back on the back benches as you could possibly get. So I'm speaking from there. I want to speak generally about things, and then I want to speak a little bit about planning. There have been several comments made about the fact that the Conservatives feel they've been kept away from, and information's been kept away from them. And I just wanted to remind everyone that as a group, you opted not to come in with all of us in the rest of the, you wanted to be the opposition. And in that position, you know, I find it rather sad that you want to know everything, and you're making these claims. Obviously, you are not the ruling group, and even Councillor Denis was asking that he said he wasn't consulted. Now, as an opposition, you don't expect to be consulted, surely. I would like to now make some comments about planning. I think everyone's forgotten that planning is indeed planning law. And planning law is made, we've discussed this already and I've listened attentively, by the government. But here, our job as councillors is to make the planning policy. The planning policy having been made is then made obviously from the government's jurisdiction, first of all, then by us in our policies, and then it's up to us to interpret those policies with recommendations from officers whose job it is to be, you know, very much knowledgeable about all these things. It is worrying when I hear phrases like, we have to give a planning service to our residents, and another one, we are failing our residents with planning. Now, we're not giving us a planning service to residents. We're in a consultative role because the planning law is planning law. And this always seems really strange when, especially members of the opposition always think that they must please their residents by giving them what they've asked for in planning. They can't, because it's planning law. Now, these latest arrangements that are being made, I completely support. I've read most of the papers. If the opposition wish to become part of the administration, they should do so, but they don't expect to be included. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Forrest, you've already spoken on this motion. Do you have a
I would just like to reply to Councillor Denis regarding evidence and availability of that very briefly, if I may.
Yes, very quickly then.
The governance group evidence was already available to all councillors, and I'm sure that can be circulated again. In terms of recommendations from overview and scrutiny, there are very few. That was one of the issues that we've raised here. In terms of other evidence, the executive have clocked probably more hours at overview and scrutiny than any other member of overview and scrutiny. I personally have been to every single one except one overview and scrutiny housing this entire maybe year and a half. So we have between us clocked a lot of evidence of what ONS are doing in terms of their discussion, but very little in terms of outputs. And that is actually the crux of this. But as we all probably want to go to bed at this point, I'll probably stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Follows. Councillor Ward, would you like to sum up?
Delighted to, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. Just a few points. I mean, we've had a lot of comments about how late at night it is, and I'm sure we're all quite feeling the pressure of it.
Awesome.
Somebody busy? Some time ago on Radio 4, there was a program where you had to speak on a certain subject without repeating anything, or without pausing, or without hesitating, and we would have been in bed a lot earlier if the multitude of speakers against the motion had not just repeated the same thing time after time after time. So I'm afraid I'm going to break my own law slightly and repeat what I said earlier. Admirable marshalling of resources, well done. They were generalled very well. Everybody was shared out. I used to go to Conservative group meetings, so I know how they work. Everybody's been told which little bit they'll attack, and they're all sort of lined up, which is absolutely fantastic. And absolutely they're right. Nobody has answered the basic question. Why is Waverley so different? And why do we need 10 committees when the rest of the world is functioning with 2? And we've gone round in circles. Again, it's all undemocratic. Why is it undemocratic? No one's actually told me why it's undemocratic. I thought Councillor Dixon made a very good point. There were a lot of sort of strange remarks earlier about new councillors and slight inferences that they didn't know what was going on. But Councillor Dixon, I thought, put it rather well when she'd been to meeting after meeting of ONS and really was sort of tearing her hair out because she couldn't see the point of what they were doing. Councillor Williams made the very good point. People stuck in their old ways. You know, there is an obsession on the Conservative side with quantity. It came back again to the paperwork in the last time that they reviewed them. It was jolly good because it was 52 pages long. Well, maybe. And this, oh, we must have a lot of overview and scrutiny committees. An accusation was labelled, aimed at me and my executive, that we were frightened of scrutiny, and therefore to avoid being scrutinised, we were going to reduce the number of committees. Bad news, everybody. We are not frightened of you because you haven't been very good. And that's why we're reducing the number of committees, so that hopefully we'll have a higher caliber of people and you will actually scrutinise us, because that would be fine. And that's probably where I've got to, although I have to say, I do thank Councillor Mrs. Else for reading out those lovely quotes from me when I was chairing overview and scrutiny, because although it made me blush, it seems to me that perhaps I ran it rather better than you lot have done. And with that, I will ask Madam Mayor if we could put it to the vote. I was going to ask for them all to go together, but that clearly wouldn't work with the comments I've had about clause 5. But just maybe people would agree to take the first 4 together and number 5 separately, just to speed up time so we could get our cocoa before midnight.
Agreed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Agreed. Agreed.
Heartily agree.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
Right, do we have any objections? No? In that case, we will
Yeah, I'll
take...
abstain.
Your
Councillor Hyman, I'll abstain.
Okay.
No, likewise. I think it's a bad practice.
Right. So we will take the first 4 together and vote on them together and then vote separately for number 5. Right. Robin, are you available?
Madam Mayor, are you asking councillors to vote on recommendations 1 to 4 for this first roll call?
Yeah.
Vote on recommendations 1 to 4 and then separately for 5.
Okay, thank you very much. Brian Adams.
Against.
Christine Baker.
For.
David Beeman.
For.
Roger Blishen.
Or.
Peter Clark.
For.
Carol Coburn.
Oh, appalling against.
Richard Cole.
For.
Steve Cosser.
Against.
Martin Darcy.
For.
Jerome Davidson.
For.
Kevin Denis.
Against.
Sally Dixon.
I'm 4, aren't I? Sorry, can I go? I'm so tired.
Can you confirm what your vote is, please?
Yes, 4.
Brian Edmonds.
For.
Patricia Ellis.
Against.
David Else.
Losing the will to live, but against.
Jenny Else.
Against.
Paul Follows.
For.
Maria Forojeski.
Against.
Maxine Gale.
For.
Michael Goodridge.
Against.
John Gray.
Against.
Val Henry.
Against.
Chris Howard.
Against.
Daniel Hunt.
For.
Jerry Hyman.
Abstain.
Peter Isherwood.
Against.
Anna James.
Against.
Jackie Keane. Sorry, Councillor King, could you say that again, please?
For.
Thank you. Robert Knowles.
Against.
Andy MacLeod.
For.
Penny Marriott.
Or
Peter Marriott.
For.
Michaela Martin.
For.
Peter Martin.
Against.
Mark Merriweather.
For.
Kika Mirrlees.
For.
Stephen Mulliner.
Against this motion.
John Neal.
For.
Peter Nicholson.
For.
Nick Palmer.
For.
Julia Potts.
Against.
Ruth Reid.
For.
Paul Rivers.
For.
Penny Rivers.
For.
John Rubini.
For.
Anne-Marie Rosamond.
For.
Trevor Sadler.
Against.
Richard Seaborn.
Against.
Liz Townsend.
For.
John Ward.
For.
Steve Williams.
For.
And George Wilson.
For.
Madam Mayor, that's 31 votes in favour, 20 against and 1 abstention. So those recommendations are agreed.
Thank you, Robin. We now move to recommendation 5. Can we carry this one by assent?
Yes.
Very happily, Madam Mayor.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Great.
Thank you. Recommendation 5 is also carried. There is only one speaker on part 2 matters. Councillor Hyman.
I'll pass. It's late. Thanks.
We move straight to the minutes of the Licensing and Regulatory Committee. Councillor Knowles.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I present the minutes of the Licensing and Regulatory Committee of the 1st of March 2021, and I have a seconder.
I beg to second, Madam Mayor, Councillor Michael Goodridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are no matters in part 1, and I have not been advised of any speakers in part 2. So that concludes my report.
Council, do you agree to receive and note the minutes?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Gladly, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Allows us to finish today.
Minutes of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that the minutes of the Audit Committee meeting held on the 1st of March 2021 be received and noted. I believe I have a seconder.
Beg to second, that's Jerome Davidson.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. There are no part 1 matters and no members have registered to speak on the part 2 matters. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Can I ask members to receive and note the minutes?
Agreed.
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 Ah, the bewitching hour. It's tomorrow now.
Yes. There are no items.
Hours.
There are no items to be considered in exempt session, and therefore that thankfully concludes the meeting tomorrow.
Can I propose an amendment?